this is a very deprived community in the Volta region, and as a volunteer group, we get there to organize a free health screening. And thanks to Agyemang, who happens to be one of the young guys, making sure that people are comfortable, and we partnered with him to do this project in the Volta region. And we get there, and the people are begging us to leave our BP machines behind for them when we are leaving. And so, as someone who sympathizes with society, I had no option than to leave our machine with them. And I thought they were joking. So BP I had machines. To actually go there and check if what they are saying is true. And surprisingly, there was nothing like that when we got there.
Do people visit that specific? And people go there.
This is a compound, a chips compound for the community. So I asked them, what do you do here? You say, we only take care of deliveries.
What happened if someone comes with another case like malaria, typhoid, diarrhea, and it is going to be... Because even deliveries, trust me, if you are taking care of deliveries, you need to check the BP of the pregnant woman.
So you realize that is where the issue of pre-eclampsia comes in. People have very high blood pressure readings, and they are forced to go into labor. That is very, very suicidal.
Do you think the Ghana Health Service are not aware of some of these things you've noticed around?
So what I think is going on currently is that, for example, an aspect of occupational medicine has to do with liaison services. So you need a body that will serve as a link between the community and the Ghana Health Service, who will be sending feedbacks to the Ghana Health Service. Because what happens is that these companies, these communities are very deprived, and so people don't really like to visit there, and they are voiceless in a way, because who is going to send this message to the authorities out there? And that is why our organization has taken upon ourselves to make sure that the things that our government agencies are not able to do, we will go there and make sure that we make it happen for the community. And surprisingly, we've been able to reach out to more than 20 communities so far within our 5 years of existence.
Wow.
Any village you go, we screen more than 500 people.
You know, there are lots of companies here in Ghana. You go and they don't even have something like an infirmary or a sick bay. It is not there.
Yeah, that is true. I agree with you.
Because we are talking about even our communities. We talk about workplace, and we don't have anything like infirmary or nothing.
Yeah, so
it's a challenge.
It's a big challenge, because you see, there's every time for a particular treatment to take place. Let's assume that you are working in a factory, let's say a water producing factory. In the course of the packaging, you slipped off and you had, let's say, a dislocation. Between the time you had the dislocation and the point where a first aid was supposed to be meted out to you would have elapsed. So by the time you end up in the hospital, the condition has become complicated, and that is how a lot of people are being disabled now. If you happen to meet people who are disabled and they tell you the genesis of their condition, you'll be surprised. It is not any big thing, just a small thing in the workplace.
Because I've heard, and a lot of I remember quite recently, I think this year, one presenter died. He had an attack at the workplace. They had to move him. There was a lot of traffic, and by the time they got to the hospital, he died. And I think if there was something like an infirmary, there was a standby nurse, a health assistant, someone could have saved life.
Yes,
and this is not happening.
That is true. Most companies in Ghana focus more on their money, making money, and making money. Nothing about the employer.
Most companies here in Ghana
focus only on
100%.
100%, yes.
Like 100% of the companies.
Most of the companies that I visit,
they don't.
Their focus is on the money, productivity, the income they are getting from the workplace. Nothing about the employee.
I heard something about a company that tells workers, in case you don't want to go for your leave, you can sell. And people are selling leave.
Wow. Interesting. So how did they sell the leave?
Yeah, so a month you are supposed to go for a leave for a month. Oh, you don't go. We will pay you an extra. Like, let's assume you are taking like 1,500. We will pay you 3,000 at the end of the month. Wow. Don't go for your leave, and people are falling for this.
Wow. So then I think the education has to come in. Because of the conditions in our society, a lot of people are pushing in for extra income. You see someone working as a teacher and getting as low as 500 cedis. A person stays at, let's say, in someone needs to go teach us Osu. Can you imagine the amount this person is going to spend on transport alone? So this person is always looking out for another opportunity to make extra income.
Okay.
And that is the genesis of all these issues. So I think that if there is a proper plan for an employee, because being an employee doesn't mean you are committing suicide. It's not a sin. But that people make it look like that was the worst decision you ever made in your life.
Would you advise the ordinary Ghanaian to look out for certain things before they accept any job, like what you are talking about? They have psychologists in place. Do you think we should look into that before we even accept any employment contract,
any offer? Okay, yeah. So this is a very dicey situation. There's this statement we always make in Ghana that Wamba will be better.
Yeah.
that is to say that if you don't accept the offer, another person will come in and accept the offer.
How many Ghanaians they will come and we want to work? They don't care.
They don't really care the conditions around. So for me, my focus most of the time is on the employer, because you see, when the conditions at the workplace are good, there will be optimum productivity. People don't really look at the aspect of occupational health because they think that if they are making 500, it's okay for them. But tell me, if you cannot make 1,000, if the conditions there are okay. Assuming you go to, let's say, a company like my organization, let's say Kaufman Foundation. Okay. Let's say we are operating a mobile clinic, right, where we have a van that maybe goes to a market to take care of the health needs of this market women. I'm just using that as an example. Yeah. Then my nurses, if I employ my nurses and I don't give them the PPE that they need to work, say maybe gloves, the overalls, the sanitizers and all that. Now, this is someone who has graduated from a nursing college after maybe 3 years of her education with the necessary skills to be able to work. Now, this person goes to the market, screens, let's say 10 people and get infected. Now, after the first day, the person will not be interested in coming the second day.
No.
Because of the conditions that are put forward to her. But if the conditions are good, nothing will prevent this nurse from coming the next day. Because the conditions there are good. So from 10 people, tomorrow I'll be screening 50 people. Is that not supposed to be an advantage to the company? That is definitely to the company's advantage. And so I always advocate that if the conditions at the workplace are good, you make multiple times the original amount you are making.
Okay.
So why don't you put measures in place for the employee to be able to work, so that your company can also generate enough revenue?
Okay.
So as an employee going to look out for a work, it is necessary to also identify the setup of the environment, because mind you,
is that important? The setup?
It is important, but you see, what happens is that the reason why it's important is because of the nature of the work. If you are going to work in a company where after 3 days, because of PPEs, you will not be able to work, why then do you go in for that? Say you are going to work with a machine, then you realize that okay, let me share this story with you from a young man who is currently in Pokwase. He went to work in a roofing sheet factory, because I work with people who have lost their legs and I interact with them a lot. He went to work with a roofing sheet industry. And imagine how sharp a roofing sheet is.
Very, very sharp.
And they are not giving the necessary PPEs to work. So this man gets to work. A roofing sheet is pushed to him. He's a young man who is very motivated to work because he wants to make ends meet. He uses his hand that was not well protected to touch it, and off he loses his wrist.
Wow.
Just the first day at work.
My first day at work.
Your first day at work. Oh. So tell me, why you accept such an offer when you lose your hand on the first day? What is there for you to gain afterwards? So depending on the nature of the work, it will be very, very good for you to look out for the necessary things that will help you to work well and the setup on the environment. If we are going to teach, let's say in a private school like Reverend John Tay Memorial Institute, so I'm affiliated to them, so let me mention their name. It's a good school. Send your child to Reverend John Tay. Say you are going to work in Reverend John Tay Memorial Institute, right? And you get there, and instead of a marker, you are given a chalk. But they are not using chalk, they are using marker. So imagine a young trainee going to work in a school like this, and you are always inhaling dust and chalk. Tell me if after 1 week or 2 weeks you don't have respiratory infections.
You definitely have.
So then you look out for the environmental and the occupational settings. There's something we call workplace assessment, or assessing your work environment. So when you assess it and you weigh the options and you realize that if I accept this offer, I might face conditions that will even let me lose more money. Why do you go in for it?
You don't have to go in for it.
You don't have to go in for it. But if you weigh the conditions and you realize that, well, they have enough conditions to help me work well, and I might not end up in the hospital. Because mind you, these companies will not pay for your hospital bills.
No.
When you end up being hospitalized.
Okay.
So you go in for 1,000 salary, and after 1 month you end up spending 5,000 cedis.
How is your organization able to raise money to help with this protected legs? And then
so currently we don't have any official partners.
So how do you raise money?
So what we do is that now with the 12-member team that we have an amount of money that we individually volunteer and donate to.
Then you must be rich.
No, we are not. We are young guys. We are all young guys actually. We are all below 30 years. Yes.
Below 30.
Yes, we are all below 30 years. We are all below 30 years.
Because I know prosthetics very expensive.
So now we are not able to produce the international ones. We have the local organizations that are helping us. We are hoping that with the help of some partners and individuals, we'll be able to help get them the international standard prosthetics that will help them to live like
a normal human
being. The normal human being. So with our little mind, we donate every month. We have an amount that individually we donate to the organization, and we have other people. For example, sometimes you go to churches to have free screening for them, and we sell the idea to them to donate to us.
And they do
that. Some of them do, but some of them do not do. Ghana culture is Namin. That's just
God bless you.
And so when you work and they are comfortable, the money comes in the form of God bless you. But of course, God will bless us too. Yeah, God will bless us too.
So that is the your only source of funding.
That is the only source. So we are not able to do much as we want to do.
How many people have you been able to help so far?
So far, since we started, less than 5 people.
Less than 5.
Because it's a new initiative we just started this year.
And the amount of money involved is huge.
It's huge. So we are not able to do much.
How many people do you have on standby?
Currently, let me check. Even yesterday, a guy called me. We have more than 20
on standby.
Yeah, more than 20. There's a guy in Sanwom. I met somewhere around 37. Yes, 37. He was walking with a broken stick. Imagine someone who is lost a limb, and even the stick, the walking aid is also broken. So that is a double broken.
It means the person even needs, let's say, crutches or something,
and he's not able to buy it. So I just took his number and told him I'll get in touch. The moment he heard I'll get in touch, he keeps calling me every day. But I'm very incapacitated at the moment. But I've told him that we'll work on it to make sure that he's put out there and he's able to walk back.
Do you send proposals to government institutions to ask for support? Do you do that? Have you been able to?
Currently, we sent about 2 proposals, but we've not had any response.
They will respond, don't worry.
So we are hoping that in the days ahead, we might be able to send a couple of the proposals to other companies.
Bolare is mentoring you.
Yes.
In what?
So Bolare, I've known him for some few years now, and he's been very tremendous. Anytime you go to him, he shares good ideas with you as to how to be able to impact community. So good morning, Bola, and thank you for your training. So currently we are in a project called the Entrepreneurship with Bolare.
Okay.
So it's a 25-year in media.
Okay.
And he's giving back to young people like us. So
Okay.
he's taking us through a couple of mentorship trainings for 3 months.
For you to become CEOs.
CEOs.
Okay.
To be able to champion their various visions and agenda that we have individually.
Okay.
So we have a couple of mentors on the project that are visiting us from Saka Homes, Dr. and Soforisapon, a couple of people that we meet every week. They share their experiences in business with us, and we take it from there.
And how is the program like? How is it going?
So the program is going well. We have about a month or 2 to go.
Okay.
And then the next step will be that we will have to go for some conferences and other opportunities in Nigeria and all that. But so far it's been good. It's amazing how some of these big companies we know started. We visited one of the mentors. And he's sharing with us how he started his company and the kind of trials and then difficulties that he went through. Sometimes you see someone very big and you think that he just started yesterday, and if you hear the person's if you hear the person's story, it will inspire you to know that what you are doing is the right thing. Because sometimes it's frustrating. Sometimes even the person who inspires becomes needs inspiration. Sometimes you end up losing yourself because you are doing things that are beyond you. Imagine operating a Kaufman Foundation that we know in Ghana. Before someone will start a foundation, the person might be someone that he has gained all the money and he doesn't know how to spend it. That's our mindset. So you young guys going into a foundation and you are not having the amount that, and you are so passionate about the thing, but you are not able to meet your target. It sometimes becomes frustrating. But sharing and hearing from these people tells us that there's going to be light at the end of the tunnel.
I think now we also have lots of young CEOs coming up, and I think it's quite impressive because looking at this nation back then, if you want to look at big CEOs, then should be someone above 50s, and
that's true.
But I think now the young men and the women are doing so well.
Yeah, that's true.
And I think we need to commend them on that. So how long is this mentorship going to take?
So we are supposed to finish ending of April. Ending of April, and when we are done, that is where we begin to put our individual projects out there. So we have individual projects that we are doing. Mine has to do with the prosthetics, and then championing SDG Goal 3, which is promoting health for all, irrespective of your status, and then your whether you are disabled, you are not disabled. So that is SDG Goal 3. So that is my project. We have other people like AC who is doing projects like event organization. We have a young guy called Kelvin. He's into construction. And one guy, Prince, he is also an innovative guy doing amazing things. There's this guy who is doing Bankumes. It's amazing. Yes, it's very, very incredible. And Clinton, one of the amazing top guys into graphic designing and advertising. So we have different people.
So after the program, are you going to get some financial support somewhere?
We are hoping that through this project we'll get the necessary funding that we need, because we have a number of projects that we want to put out there. I think that all these projects we are doing, it's necessary for community and not just for our personal gains, but we want to reach out to as many people through my organization, the Kaufman Foundation, as many people as we can, and make sure that life is comfortable for everyone out there.
Are we going to get to a point where you'll be supporting people to start businesses?
Yes, definitely. Why not? If I had the support from someone, why would I hesitate to give our support to
people
someone?
to go into setting up their own businesses, entrepreneurship and all that?
Definitely. It's part of our goals. We've even started something. We do an SHS tour. An SHS tour. Our group, we have
from
health,
one campus to the other.
Yes, we have a health team, like I said, a medical volunteer team. So we run a once in a year program called the International Mentorship Conference. Where we have individuals in the health sector coming to engage the young people who are upcoming. You see, sometimes when you are in senior high level, you think that you have arrived. Sometimes you feel so much comfortable with yourselves. But I always say that mediocrity is very contagious. The friend you make in high school can affect your life or infect your life. So people go through senior high school getting closer to people, and they end up losing their dreams. So we as a team, a little that we have been given from other people, we want to give back to these young people who want to go into various areas in health, like medicine. We have a team optometrist, we have a team psychologist, we have a team pharmacist.
Okay.
So it's different professionals coming together to form Kaufman Foundation.
Wow.
And our coordinator is Emmanuel. He is an IT expert as well, and he coordinates all our projects. And we have one guy who is not a health professional, but he's volunteered to do our media stuff, Great Man Multimedia. He's been with us from the scratch, 5 years consistently, doing everything for us. And
so over the years, you depend on people
supporting people. That is how we call it.
So very soon my next guest is going to join me, but then before then, I want you to use this platform. We talk about occupational hazard and some of the things that we need to install at our workplaces. I want you to use this opportunity to advise employers, people setting up business, certain things you feel they should have in place before employing people.
All right, so good morning, employers out there. So this is from the decks of Owusu Asari through Mr. Agyemang on Ghana's record-breaking attempt for the longest marathon interview. And my word for you is that please treat your workers well. In case you lose out on PPEs, you can also call me. We donate them as well. And this is what I have for you. You see, life is not just about how much you make, but also the impact you make in other people's lives.
Okay.
Being an employee doesn't mean that you have signed up to a death warrant. Being an employee means that you want to impact someone's company, and your life will also be impacted in reverse. So please treat your workers well and make sure that the necessary compensation plans are in place. You give them their necessary PPEs to work. And I can assure you, if they are well treated, optimization and productivity is assured. Thank you, and I hope this little advice will help you.
Thank you so much for joining me, and we'll definitely talk, and one day we'll meet. I'll visit your organization, and
Sure.
I hope everything is going to be fine. So my next guest is ready to join me here on my Guinness World Record longest interview marathon. And sir, as part of our Guinness World Record attempts, please can you introduce yourself to me?
I'm Dr. Henry Oseusu.
Okay. Where have you specialized as a doctor?
Okay. A lot of areas. Apparently plastic surgery.
Plastic surgery.
Yeah.
Let me talk about plastic surgery. I've had plastic surgery. What is that? Can you take me through that process? Like you have bends and we need to get plastic.
All right. That's quite interesting, yeah. So medicine itself, like every medical doctor, you read more about medicine and surgery. So that's your first doctorate degree.
Every
medical doctor, to be called a medical doctor, you have to first pass for medicine and surgery.
Medicine and
so
surgery.
You have 2 bachelors at the same time, Bachelor of Surgery and Bachelor of Medicine.
Okay.
So that you call it MBBS.
Okay.
That's medicine and surgery. So from there, you can also now continue to choose another area. So me, I chose surgery, and that is plastics, which I did. Plastic surgery, as you said, is a wide, it's a very
Is
broad.
it just the normal plastics we know?
No.
So why the term plastic?
Plastic means straightening.
Okay.
Straightening or repair.
Okay.
Let's say repair, surgical repair. So anywhere that ends with plastic, it means repair, surgical repair.
Okay.
So it can be outside the body or inside the body. So it's a very broad. Very, very.
At what point do you think a patient would need a plastic surgery?
Okay. So there are so many points. Number one, as you mentioned, you are very clever. That's bends. Bends. Most people in Africa, I think we are more, conversant with the bends case. But then also we have conditions whereby there'll be torsion of the skin, maybe injuries of the skin. your skin wipe off after accident, and then we have to reconstruct. And this demands techniques. So we have to, maybe if there is no skin at that injured part, we have to make sure we reconstruct it. How do? We extend some areas of the skin, give the time to the patient, take off the excess skin that we have created, and then implant. That is skin grafting.
What is the difference between plastic surgery, skin grafting, and body sculpturing?
Okay, so let me make it simple. Plastic surgery, we have areas of plastic surgery. If someone sees a plastic surgeon, and the person has done all the areas of plastics, we call plastic and reconstruction surgery. So this area we includes aesthetics.
Okay.
We can talk about reconstruction, that is surgical repair, and then the other one, that is cosmetology, which you popularly call it liposuction, lipofilling.
Yeah.
That is the tummy tuck, those ones that you
do you do that?
We did all.
So can you do that?
Yes.
Because I understand there is a huge market for that area.
Yeah, so
liposuction, and there is a huge market for that.
So we doctors, we do things gradually, especially for me. I'm an international person, so as I'm in your country, I have protocols I'm going through, and when the time comes, I'll give you the best.
How much is it going to cost someone for a liposuction?
It will depend
on
the size of the body.
Okay.
Yes, the size, the area, the amount of fat there, which might be extracted, and then the type of method you want to use. We have the traditional method, which you may take the fat and then implant at an area. For example, a lady has a very big tummy and has a small breast, and she will come for cosmetology. You have to, take a picture and design a new body structure for the patient.
The doctor would have to do that?
Yes.
You design on a paper or something before? How is it done?
You have to do more pictures. It has to be more picturing. You take photos. Then with the photos that you take, you'll be able to see the main architecture of the person. And now you look at the new face, how you want to do. So if the patient want to construct a boobs, a big breast, but the tummy is big, it means you are going to do suction. That's the liposuction. You are going to extract the fat from the abdomen, make the abdomen slim, and then
what happens to the excess skin? Because definitely if you do the extraction, there is going to be an excess skin. So
this is not going to be an opening. It's just going to be an incision into. So like octomy, like we're going to make incision into, and then we have a machine to extract the fat into a container, and then we centrifuge, purify it, and then implant into the breast. Design it to make it as.
Is it not harmful to the body? What you are, because
well, it is and it's not. People want to be very beautiful. People want to look beautiful, so they will come for it. But every surgical operation has its complication. So you can't just do operation without telling the patient about the complications of the after the surgery. Some of the complications are, especially if you use the orthodox method, that is the autologous plant transplantation, there will be fat resorption. Maybe within some 6-7 months, the person will see the boobs reducing in size. So it means that the person has to come back again, and you have to keep doing it. But there's an advanced method now, which I think maybe very soon you see that in Ghana.
Yeah, I heard if you go through liposuction and all these, quarterly you need to be going back to the hospital again. Is it true?
That's true. If you only go by like I said, now we have newer methods. I have learned the old one, and I know the newer method. The old one is fat resorption is very fast within the first quarter of the year, as you said. But the new one, where we are going to extract some growth factors from the fat, that's the lipocytes, which you implant, or those stem cells which you implant, will take time for fat resorption. The old one, the side effects outweighs the benefit. The patient can experience gangrene and almost sometimes a lot of infection at the site of suction.
Can someone lose his or her life through liposuction? Is it possible?
Yes, if the doctor is not a qualified person who can do really well. That's number one. Number two, if the patient condition is not good for surgery, like immunocompromised patient whose immunity is not good, and the patient who is anemic, most conditions.
It means that you do series of tests before you are able to settle on, and I want to do this for you.
Perfectly.
So it doesn't matter how much the person is going to pay.
Yes.
You need to do certain things before.
Yes. You have to follow the protocol. That is the pre-operative assessment. Before you do any operation, you have to do pre-operative assessment. And the pre-operative assessment includes we have to know the blood level. You have to know whether there is any comorbid conditions like diabetes, hypertension, asthma. All these are factors that's going to distract your operation. You have to assess the patient very well and rule out all these conditions before you start. And if the patient passed through everything, then you are going to go through some steps. Especially anxiety is number one. Some of them are anxious. They feel like they are going to die, so you have to psych their mind.
Is it painful?
No, because you have to use local anesthetics. Anesthetics are all over. They are drugs to.
Okay.
Oral.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's no. You are not going to feel the pain through the procedure.
No, not at all.
How many sessions? How long do you admit one patient for that? If the person you do your series of tests, anemic, diabetes, high blood pressure, you do all those things, and the person is cleared to go through. How many sessions? Is it just a session and you are through to go?
No. Basically, you have to even give the patient by a week for everything.
A week?
Yes. Some patients even have regurgitation of acid reflux. If you are going to go by general anesthesia, you have to be very careful because your intubation will also have an issue. So you have to know more. You are preventing aspirating pneumonia. You are preventing some conditions. You're making the patient okay. And you know that the patient blood and everything is restored before you start the operation.
So you need to do all these things.
I said.
Doc, I ask you, averagely, the cost of liposuction, averagely, how much is it going to cost?
20 to 50,000
USD or cedis?
Ghana cedis is okay. We are in Ghana now. So
okay, so 20 to 50,000 cedis.
Yes.
It depends on the body.
Yes.
And what you have to do.
The type of surgery the patient is requiring.
So quarterly, after I'm done, I need to be. Are you going to put me on medication? When they do it for people, are they put on medications?
That is the most important question you've asked. Most complications after surgery is what we are looking for. Most people, after doing the surgery, everything is successful. But some doctors refuse to take care of these patients. These people must always come for review.
Yeah, so I mean with lipo,
yes.
Do you put them on medication?
Yes.
For the rest of their lives?
Not at all. Just for that period of time. And after the surgery, make sure there is no infection. Probably redress the wound, the incision part, and also make sure the patient, doesn't have any infection.
Okay.
So the patient may come for review at least 2 weeks after the operation. And you keep on till you see that the patient is okay.
Do you put them under special diets? Are they going to be under special diet? What they have to eat?
Yes. Yes, I've always talk about this. Sometimes patients come to I mean, the plastic surgery department requesting for liposuction. We look at the body architecture and advise them on diet, and even preferably if they can go on diet, would have been better, because some kind of food they eat will cause the fat accumulation. So if they could stop the eating those type of food, and the body will be able to, the person will be able to admire the body. So some food I keep mentioning, the fatty foods.
After every liposuction, you have to avoid those things.
Yeah, don't eat too much fat, and don't also eat too much carbohydrates or the glucose containing food, because they also turn back into fat and accumulate.
If the person doesn't listen to this advice, it means that you're going to go back to your
exactly.
And that 20 to 50,000 cedis.
Yes, some people don't care.
They can still come back again
because they want to be beautiful.
Doc, is it advisable for us to even do this?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Because some people really need it. Some people really need it because naturally they came by a body that is deformed, so they really need it. But some people, when you look at them, you see that everything is perfect. Just they have to modify their life.
Yeah.
So those people don't need it.
Okay, Doc, since you are a surgeon and we are talking about this, Doc, there has been instances people are saying, I've heard a lot of stories. I've never seen one. During the surgery, the doctor left a scissors. There was a razor. Is it true? That thing, is it true? We've been hearing this.
In Africa?
Yes. Is it true?
I have not seen one before.
Have you heard some of these stories before?
I think it's a rumor, but I've not seen some before.
Is it true? Is it possible a surgeon will leave any?
If the surgeon is there, it shouldn't happen, because we count the number of tools we use, and then when we finish, we count them back again.
No, okay, hold on. Before a surgery, the team involved will count the equipment, everything.
Yes, the set of tools are counted
before.
Yes, and after.
Recorded.
Yes.
Do you put video cameras during surgeries?
Most of the advanced countries, especially where I did mine, there are videos capturing everything.
So you can play back in case.
Can play back.
So after surgery, you go back to okay. So when you are done, you count the number of
tools
you use.
Yes. If you started with 10 forceps, you count back. 10 blades, you count back. Everything is done perfectly. That is the routine. So why should you leave something inside someone?
So it's not possible. We've had someone said there was a surgery and the surgeon left a scissors in the tummy. Like, we've heard these stories.
It's quite strange.
Is it possible?
To me, I don't think it's supposed to be possible. But in Africa, maybe it will be possible.
How big is the scissors you use? Because this scissors thing is been in the news every day. How big is it? Just like our normal small scissors?
Oh, they are in sizes. Okay. They are in sizes. It depending on what organ or structure you're going to cut. You use the surgical scissor.
Is it possible? How long can the scissors be in someone's body anywhere? How long is it possible?
Oh, you're still talking about leaving the scissors?
Yes, scissors or any of your equipment. Like, I don't get this whole thing.
If it happens like this, this patient will have complications, and
in a space of time,
especially yes, few days or weeks, there will be sepsis, infection, serious infection in the blood, and even the site at which the scissor was left probably patient may feel the pain and swelling over there.
Can I sue a doctor for doing that if it happens?
100%. You have to.
For lack of negligence, yes. I can't do that.
Yeah, that is too reckless for such a doctor to do that.
What happens in the process of your surgery and something happened, like the patient dies, Or through your surgery, I came, like, do surgery for me, and then after that, I'm unable to walk. Is it possible?
So that's why I explained to you that before any surgeon, you go for any operation, you need to explain to the patient. Some of these conditions you're going to do is like 2x4. The patient might understand that you are going through this nerve, and after you are going to remove this tumor or this mass at this area of the body, and that area there is a nerve that controls your legs, the movement of your legs. So there is no way I have to cut, and we may cut that nerve. So after, the complication is you may not be able to walk. If you tell this patient this, there is a consent form, and the patient must sign. If the patient sign this form,
there are some eventualities you don't plan. It's not. So I need to sign before surgery.
Patient must agree. See the complications after surgery.
That I'm going to do this A, B, C, D.
Yes.
But then, in case something happens, you can't sue me.
You can. It's a consent form, agreement between a patient going for surgery and a surgeon or a doctor. So in this form, every detail of a patient and the operation have been listed, the complications and benefits. So you see your benefits and you see the complication. Every surgeon wants to be successful, so we avoid complications. So normally,
what if?
Yes, so the complications that come in, some of them are inevitable.
Okay.
Inevitable complications might be explained to the patient before surgery.
Doc, imagine someone comes to you for a surgery. You open, you start your procedure. Then you see something. Especially, there has been a lot of women saying, I went for a surgery and the doctor removed my womb. I was not aware.
Okay. I think that is negligence.
The doctor said there is something, even though I'm doing fibroid. Let's assume the person came in for fibroid surgery. You've given, the person is asleep deep, and you decide to take out the womb because you think that leaving the womb could be a problem.
Okay.
How do we address this?
Second person, there should be a third party closer. A husband must sign a consent form. Where you reach, they have to remove the uterus.
No,
patient,
I am down. My husband cannot decide for me.
And someone, especially when you are rushed in an emergency where you cannot talk, someone must decide for you.
Okay, let me understand. So when I'm rushed in and I don't have that right mind to, someone will have to sign for me.
Exactly.
And at the cost of taking out these fibroids, and you realize that no, the uterus is also supposed to come. We cannot leave that one there.
Yes.
You need to talk to someone.
Yes.
What if the person says no? Will you go ahead as a doctor?
Not at all. But you still have to do your best to convince. You have to talk. That's why you're a doctor. Lecture.
Doc, what if what you want to take out is going to save the person's life?
I know that we doctors always do the right thing. We are not dealing with cars. We are dealing with the human bodies. So when you go to the mechanics, when you're going to repair your car, the engine, you come back with a gearbox issue. But a human body, we can't do that.
I remember I was going to fix something on my car. Before I bought it, there was another problem.
Yes.
So if I get you well, in situations like this, you need to get someone closer.
Exactly.
And speak to the person for the person to agree.
Exactly.
If the person says no, hey, don't take it, you won't.
You don't need to do that. But you have to convince. Let they know if after this surgery your wife dies of maybe some other secondary infections from the uterus. Maybe there is we detected a cancer cell there.
Okay. And
it's spread into the blood. It may spread into the blood. Let's say it may. And then you tell the husband or the family they don't agree to that. and then you don't explain well. You explain well to the patient relatives that this is what's happening, and it's making the surgery so long. So we have to do this to save your wife or your daughter's life. If they agree, you go ahead. If they don't agree, you remove what you're supposed to remove, you close, and then when you finish, of course, they'll go and do scans, redo some labs again, and detect what you were talking about. That would be perfect. Second surgery.
Another cost.
Another cost. Sometimes even more fatal.
Wow.
Yes.
Doc, situations whereby someone takes me to the hospital, you need to do some opening, and after you realize what we are talking about, you speak to a family member, someone closer, say, oh, go ahead, take it. When I'm back and you tell me, hey, I didn't agree, can I sue you as a doctor?
No, it's all right. We have a right to ask for a second opinion when there is life to be saved, because the patient, the one on the surgical bed, life matters. So after saving your life, you can't sue us. If you go back there, we will explain. Of course, doctors are not lawyers are not doctors. It will be medical terms all there. You get it?
Yeah.
Except maybe you find a lawyer who is a doctor. So that part, I'm giving you a typical example. A wife is going to deliver. The labor period prolonged, and then bleed, and at the end of the day, we decided to do cesarean section.
Yeah.
We opened the baby or the womb, realized that the uterine is ruptured. Rupture of a uterus. Are you going to keep it?
No.
You have to remove it. So that one is the decision of the husband. If you're going to leave this, your wife is going to bleed and bleed and bleed and die off. We can't repair at that time because we didn't prepare for that. Okay. And it may not be repairable. So we have to remove.
Doc, do you do abortion? DNC, you do that?
No.
You don't do DNC?
In Ghana, we have specific areas where they do that.
But you don't do that?
No.
Can you do that?
Oh, simple. Those are simple procedures. They are not even operations, they are procedures. But we don't entertain it. Most doctors don't entertain this kind of things.
But I know sometimes because of health implications you need to.
That is it. So if there is a health implication, the midwifery department is there to advise.
Doc, which of the hospitals are you coming from?
Now I'm at People's Medical Center.
Okay, so People's Medical Center. Where is it located?
Spintex.
Okay, so when a girl of 19 years walks into your facility, People's Medical Center, Doc, the person, your nurses takes the person's vitals, then they prepare the person for you. The person walks in. Doc, please, I'm pregnant. I want to abort this baby. Will Dr. Henry do that?
My doctors have avoided. I've always.
They come.
We reject all those type of.
Do they come?
They do come. There are a lot of such cases. Yes. For now we don't do that in our hospital.
Okay.
These cases must be referred to. Government places, of course, so that the cases, because of this medical legal issues. We always have to be very safe.
Okay.
But you wouldn't want your counsel to always come and defend you. So you have to protect yourself. Because some of these cases, you don't know how it's going to be after. They are simple procedures. You may think it's money, but complications. There are big areas, that is in the big hospitals.
So they should go elsewhere.
Government places. Yeah, government places.
Okay, so we are talking about plastic surgeries and cosmetology, things that has to do with the skin. Doc, now one thing happening in Ghana, most people want to have light skin. Light skin. Back then people were bleaching with soaps, But now, Doc, we are hearing so many things. I heard there is a tablet, a pill, there is some injections. Is it true? Like, is it true?
Oh yeah, there are bleaches, some chemicals that clear off this black color, which is very precious. I know that the black skin is very precious, very, very, very important, because it's looking at our climatic condition. If you are, you have the melanin, it prevents this harmful ultraviolet rays.
So what is the melanin, if you want to break it down for us?
That is the black, the black component, the pigment that gives the black color.
Okay.
That makes it as different from the white people. We have the melanin in the skin much more.
Okay.
But they also have some in the hair. That's why the hair is black. So God shared it equally. But looking at where we are, the sunlight, the rays, the harmful rays, we should be able to understand that if you are black, maintain your skin.
Bleaching is not good medically.
It's not good.
How does it affect the human body?
Okay, number one, it depends on the type of chemical. You said some take pills, maybe some vitamins and supplements. That one is good. But if it's a chemical,
vitamins and supplements are okay.
Yes, those are good.
Okay.
Yes, those are natural stuffs that keeps you, maybe bring your body color very nice.
Okay.
That's okay. But if maybe you apply a chemical on your skin which contains some harmful, chemicals that invade into the layers of the skin, especially into the dermis, that is the inner layer of the skin, they start destroying your skin layer. But now the cells begin to grow in their own fashion. And when cells begin to grow in their own fashion and it's uncontrolled by the stimuli and it still grow in excessive manner, that it becomes a tumor or a mass there. So that is why we refer to as skin cancer.
Okay.
So you provoke it with a chemical. And once you provoke your skin with a chemical and it starts growing in its own way, it becomes a mass. And that mass can become a cancer, a tumor. And those are complications.
Wow.
Yeah.
We shouldn't entertain that.
Bleaching, if the chemical is not good, you must go to your doctor or cosmetologist to advise you.
I saw a video on social media and there's a lady selling some black soaps and you see the ladies using on the skin as skin whitening. This is serious, and some of these things don't even go through FDA for them to even approve, and we still have some of this. Okay, so doctor, away from that, we have other things to talk about with you.
Sure.
But then I have one challenge.
Okay.
With doctors.
All right.
Sometimes the patient I brought to the hospital is going to die, but still you keep writing go and buy this. Because do you sometimes know that this patient is not going to make it? Do you sometimes know, as a doctor?
We have protocols to know when a patient is going to die. We have protocols.
So sometimes
doctor must know when a patient is going to die.
Let's say in the next 2 weeks, you know.
You may not know that the next 2 weeks, but the vitals, we call it vital signs. Those signs, at any time checked, we are able to know the patient's status.
Okay.
Those are the important ones: the blood pressure, the pulse, the oxygen saturation, see, the temperature.
So sometimes that this patient will not make it.
So that one, we can tell the patient relatives. We don't need to hide it.
Do you do that most often here in Ghana?
Yes, doctors talk about this a lot too.
Because people have complained that sometimes doctors, and you were writing these expensive medications for us to go and buy.
I don't think doctors will do that. This one I will defend them.
Dr. Henry, so for instance, if you are taking care of a patient and you know from what I'm seeing, what the vitals and everything, I think this patient will not make it. Doctor, would you tell the family members? Is it advisable?
You have to take your time and then discuss with your team. You know, doctors, we work with team. So look at it. Go call other doctors, your team, come and assess. If you all see that this patient is going to expire or pop, that's the term they use in Ghana, pop.
Yeah.
So you have to now look at it and then find a means to share with the relatives and make them understand. This patient has these 3 conditions: renal failure, liver condition, heart failure. These are all not functioning well. Vital organs are not functioning, and it's secondary to a condition which is not treatable.
So you just go straight and tell them?
Not straightforward. Like, you have to, discuss with your team.
Okay.
Find a way. Even sometimes, you see how you explain it. As I'm explaining it, you understand that this patient will die, right? This patient, the kidney is not functioning well. The kidney is impaired, right?
Yeah.
Renal failure. Number 2, the liver is also, not functioning well. Liver is failing. The heart is not functioning well. Heart failure. Patient has all signs all over, and then patient is dependent on oxygen. You tell relative this. This is not an indirect information you are giving. So we're going to do our best to make sure the patient come back.
So go and buy this medication. That is where we have the problem, though.
No doctor would like to see a patient dead.
Wow.
It's the most painful. I don't know how people see, but when I see it, it's different.
Like doctors, you don't want to see your patient die.
No doctor want to see death. If you see them walking like that when the patient is dead, when you get to their their room, when they meet, you will see how painful it is. They be hitting the ground and like that.
Really?
It's like it's highly bond. Like, we are bonded to save life, and when someone pass on, it's not something we're supposed to be happy. No doctor, not even your enemy's death should be happy for you.
Doc, I took someone to the hospital. From what I see, the person was in a critical condition. We got to the hospital. I was expecting the nurses and the doctors to be running, and doc, the nurses took the vitals. The doctor came, watched the patient. I'm like, doc, please do something. Like, sometimes it seems you people don't care. Is that the case?
I can't. I don't know how to explain this, but what I think is, I have seen the emergencies in Ghana, our country, our beloved country.
Yeah.
And it's not all, but almost all the emergency, areas are not good. Almost all of them. Yeah. We have a protocol, ABC.
Okay.
And now we have added D to it.
Okay.
So that is airway, and then breathing, circulation, and the D has come from the white people, the defibrillation. In a matter where even the heart is not pumping, we have a defibrillator, any machine to kick and bring the person back with activating the pacemaker cells, and then action potential for the heart to pump back. If you go and inspect almost all the emergencies in Ghana, it's not like doctors don't care. Maybe your politicians don't care. That is the truth. Because doctors want this equipment there. If it's not there, if a doctor is walking like that, it means he doesn't have the tools. It's more joyful to save life. You have more points.
Sometimes the way we see our patients we bring to the hospital, it seems you don't. How we want you people. I don't know if sometimes you are able to determine and detect when you see the patient. This one is no case. This one will solve it right now. Sometimes does it happen to you?
Most of the cases I've seen, for me, I see and watch. If I need to call for help, I call. But you must know. You must. It's must.
When you see the patient,
you must know.
Okay.
You must know that this patient, you have to do this and that and that. You definitely check the vitals I talk about.
Yeah.
These 4 vitals: the temperature, pulse, blood pressure, then the oxygen saturation. You definitely know the status of the patient, and then know where to place the patient. You get it?
Yeah, I get you.
So you must know.
Okay.
So
As a doctor,
you must know. So if you see the person is not trying to do anything, then really he doesn't have the tools or maybe the skills, and maybe he's not a doctor.
Wow. So do we harvest organs here in Ghana?
Harvest?
Yeah.
Everyone wants to bury the corpse. If a relative dies, you want to bury them. Most Ghanaians have never, no one has ever said that I'm giving my body to the medical schools to learn, isn't it?
Yeah.
And people are not willing to donate. So
we don't do that here in Ghana.
If anything, maybe Kwalibu or
Okay, so in case someone wants to do that, it's possible.
Yes, it's possible.
Okay.
We are linked, even if it's beyond the scope of the country. We still have a link to affiliated hospitals outside the country.
Okay, doctor, this brings us to my next topic I want to discuss with you, and it's been a big challenge for us here in Ghana. Not just Ghana, Africa. Personally, myself, I keep getting calls from people. I have kidney failure. Can you interview me so that we solicit for funds? Doctor, please, today, I want you to break this down. What causes kidney failure?
Wow, that's an interesting topic.
Yeah, later on in the program, my interview, I'm going to have one patient joining me here.
Okay.
What causes kidney failure?
Okay, there are factors. Usually, we have had series of cases as you're talking about, and some patients are even on dialysis, and these are all supposed to be it can be prevented.
Okay.
I'm seeing that Ghana, the food we eat is number one.
The food,
yeah.
Our local food.
Our local food. I'm not saying it's not good, but how we eat it, the time we take the food.
Here in Ghana, we know our banku, the kenke, the fufu.
Yes.
The time we eat.
Yeah, there's too much starch in this food, and the starch is going to really create more problems for you. In the starch, in the blood, starch turns into glucose. When there is too much glucose in the blood, we call it hyperglycemia.
Okay.
That is more sugar in the blood.
Okay.
And this sugar, when there is excessive sugar in the blood, we are not diagnosing diabetes here, but we are looking at the complication of too much sugar in the blood.
Okay.
Some part of the sugar will turn into fat to be stored. So you already have a lot of fat, which may be occluding your vessels. Fat occluding your vessels will also affect the way at which your heart pumps, and it's going to distract your BP. Now, when your BP is impaired, the pressure on your heart and the pressure on your kidney imbalances. The main function of the kidney is to filter blood
from your system.
Yes.
Okay.
So when the kidney is impaired, it's not able to filter your blood. You get it?
Okay.
Then renal failure.
So you mentioned, now you've mentioned one of the causes is high blood pressure.
Exactly.
We'll come and talk about high blood pressure. So the next one, what can cause my kidney to fail?
Diabetes.
Yes. Can cause your...
So these are two friends.
They move hand in hand.
Hand in hand. If you have diabetes and you don't take good care of yourself, you may have high blood pressure.
If you have high blood pressure and you don't take care of yourself,
you may have renal failure.
Okay.
You get it. So these are all the two conditions. And the food we are consuming in the country, our best food is starch, which is very heavy. and this food, excessively turns into fat. I'm giving you the little, explanation. So when the glucose turns into a chemical mediator called acetyl-CoA, it's the main mediator for synthesis of cholesterol. You have more cholesterol in your blood, your pressure increases. So normally when you come to the hospital, when we see that the blood pressure, the down one, the diastolic, is high, we keep advising you, go and check your lipids or cholesterol level.
Okay.
So we are really harnessing a lot, increasing a lot of cholesterol in our blood.
Doc, you've mentioned our local foods. Don't you think some of these continental dishes are also contributing to kidney failures here in Ghana? Okay, so
what I've seen now is the chemicals we use to increase the harvesting of the vegetables. The chemicals
from the farms.
So those chemicals, the way of farming in the country, using the chemicals, not natural ones. Most advanced countries are going with the natural ones. So why are we still buying chemicals? These chemicals come in there and destroy your kidney.
Spices.
Yes.
Does it affect our kidneys?
Spicy foods, one way or the other, will also have effect, but it depends on what you blend your spicy food with. If it's with vegetables, excretion will be high.
Doc, let's have a meal plan right now. Doc, at what point or what time in the day am I supposed to eat that heavy, like my fufu, my banku, at what point?
Yeah, preferably around the lunchtime is best.
For fufu?
Yes, lunchtime is best. Lunchtime, you take this food, and then even if it's evening, it has to be small, but lunch, you have more time for this food too. Because the time you are going to sleep, you are not going to be active. So there will be digestion taking place.
Okay.
And more of these things will be happening. But if you should ask me best time to eat heavy meals, I would say in the afternoon. If not, maximum 5 p.m. You should not. After 5 p.m., you should not eat this type of food.
After 5 p.m., no more banku, the kenke, and after 5 p.m.
If only we can avoid. Yes, it will help. But we have some other starchy foods like rice, millet. Those are all low key.
So in place of the banku I want to do in the evening, I can do rice.
Yes, rice is okay.
Okay.
With a brown wine, you have different types of rice, different, carbohydrates which are low in glucose.
Okay.
Yeah, so those are good.
Okay, so we need to eat more fiber too as well.
Great. What will fiber do for you? It will help increase digestion and then elimination of the food content in your gut.
Okay.
So when you eat, whatever you put in must come out, isn't it?
Yeah.
So when you eat the heavy meal and with fibers, the absorption of the nutrients into your blood and the rest comes out. The fiber foods help soften the stool, and then you're able to have a very good, digestive system.
Some people sometimes when they listen to you doctors talking, they are saying, you are scaring us. Our forefathers have been eating fufu at 8 p.m. Nothing happened. Doctors are now scaring us. Doctor, are you not scaring us?
We have exaggerated the whole system. Our forefathers, they also did like the herbs. They really use herbs a lot, and they were on point.
Okay.
They were on point, because I also remember my grandfather was more of a hunter. He comes with a lot of herbs. And we were enjoying. He lived more than 120 years.
Wow.
Yes. So they like green, Kwansuswa, contumely, and all those stuff. Where are they now? Are we eating them well? And even if you are taking them, is it the right one? Are we taking the right contumely or the chemical one?
And again, so now it has to. You mentioned high blood pressure, your diabetes, if you have more glucose in the,
and then sedentary lifestyle.
What is that?
Sedentary lifestyle is a lifestyle where you always live at one point, you don't move, you don't do exercise. But even after taking all this,
can it cause your kidneys to fail?
Yes.
You don't move, like,
yes,
no exercise.
No exercise. So because if you do exercise, you are activating the two systems which are equal and opposite.
Okay.
I think in high school we all learned about sympathetic and parasympathetic system. So you do exercise, it's fight and flight. You sweat, okay, and you come back, rest and digest. The system act equal and opposite. So at least exercise will help you to be able to get better or live longer. But if you live a sedentary lifestyle, your food you eat is still accumulated, you don't burn calories, you get it. So that is the main cause. Because you're able to go to the gym, use the treadmill, after consuming your hard fufu, you wait for digestion, you go there and then break down the calories. You're strong.
Okay. Doc, can excessive drinking and smoking affect our kidneys?
Perfect. I was going there.
Okay.
So the alcohol is number one.
People will ask, alcohol, so how many percent should we consume?
Okay. The alcohol percentage depends on how immune your body is. And most times, it depends on whether you are an acute alcoholic or chronic.
Okay.
When you say acute alcoholic, you are just coming in to join the group of alcoholic people. Your liver doesn't have enough enzymes to digest more of the dose or the milligrams of the alcohol. But then someone has been drinking for over 20 years. He has more enzymes. So this person will be able to, even taking more, still have enzymes to break it down.
Okay.
And then even changing it into energy. But the other one who is an acute, taking more, can have an acute renal failure.
Wow.
Yes.
So you cannot tell us, okay, make sure you are taking alcohol 3%, 2%. Just that.
So alcohol,
is it good for the body?
Alcohol is good for the body. It's good for the body. Alcohol is good for the body.
So we should be drinking alcohol.
Oh, I'm not saying you should be. By you taking your red wine, it's also increasing your heart activity. Red wine isn't bad.
Okay.
We have even the beer, but taking too much of this, everything, overdose, you give a lot of work to your liver. So most alcoholic patients die of liver failure. So because the liver is now trying to release more enzymes to break down, to excrete these toxic chemicals out. And if you are not able to, it's not able to do its work well, the kidney will rather also fail to eliminate. Liver breaks into water soluble.
Okay.
Kidney eliminates the water soluble material. So liver cannot break well, then kidney cannot eliminate. So the kidney is failing to eliminate those excessive stuff from your body. So alcohol
and smoking can affect you.
Smoking is also another part.
I have heard people saying, I've been drinking, still I don't have kidney failure. You people, you are scaring us.
That is a good question. These are also family related diseases.
Okay.
If your family have such conditions, then you have to watch out. In your family there is diabetes, there is hypertension, your father died of renal failure, your father died of diabetes, your mother died of hypertension. You know, complication of hypertension is stroke, right?
Yes.
So if you see your mother dying so early and then it's due to stroke, it means they didn't monitor the BP. So definitely you have to watch out, because if your family is involved, then you have to understand that genetic is one of the most important transmission.
It means that each and everyone is supposed to know that kind of family history.
Family history of alcohol. Okay. Family history of chronic diseases.
Okay. It's a must. We need to know.
It's a must. And also, to be able to control this renal failure in Ghana, What I observe is, you tell someone your BP is high, go and check it. Do it 1 week, morning and evening. Doctor, me, I don't have blood pressure. You understand? I don't have blood pressure. So you don't have blood pressure, but go and check it.
It means that if you don't have, and you go to the hospital the first time and doctors advise that, hey, go and check, you need to do. People have raised concerns that most of these BP medications affect their performance in bed.
Yeah, so clever. But then if you're avoiding, let me give you these two scenarios: death, okay, and impotence. Which of them will you choose? If they give you death and
no, I don't want to die.
Okay. Do you choose one, or you guess?
No, I'll choose one. I want to live.
So that you can find medication to control your.
But is that the case?
All
BP medication affects your
almost all, but not all. Okay. So, it's true. But if your BP is too high, that's when we're giving you so many medication.
Okay.
But in most cases in Ghana, the BP is not high. But then they don't listen to advices. So progression of, the lifestyle modification, all these factors that I'm talking about contribute to the renal failure.
Doc, how will I know I have a kidney failure or my kidneys are not functioning well?
For you as a patient, you may feel some pains, dull pains at the flank area consistently, and usually you're not able to urinate well. Okay. Your body is not, you're unable to excrete certain important chemicals that's supposed to come out. One of them is called creatinine.
Okay. And
other one is urea. We look more at the creatinine. So this creatinine, when it's left in your body, is that's what's going to destroy your kidney. So normally you go and we have a test called renal function test.
But before then, what are some of the signs?
So the signs what I'm talking about, you fail to urinate well. You may have some periorbital swelling, like swelling around your eye, your foot. You're seeing these signs, you have to report to your doctor on time, because the urination, sometimes pain in urination, you have difficulty in urination, and some headaches come because of the storage of this waste products. You get what I mean?
Yeah, I get.
So this waste product must come out, but they are stored in your body, and that can really. So you as a patient, you go and report. And when you check your blood pressure and it's too high, you have to go and go.
Do we have to get a blood pressure monitor at home? Should every home have a blood pressure? Looking at the current situations we have around kidneys, do you think?
Yeah. A People Medical Center trying to have about 1 million BP apparatus, because it's difficult for Ghanaians to understand that BP apparatus is much more important than buying the bottles of beer. You can save money and buy BP apparatus and then save your life. The only reason why a lot of people are dying of renal failure in Ghana is because of hypertension. Because normally they don't accept it, denial. Number two, they don't want to even check it. So if they have it at every joint, every 1 kilometer there is a joint to check BP and advice, do you think people will have renal failure?
Because when you go to walk to some of these pharmacies we have here, they have it, and some are taking 1 CD, 2 CD to check. So people have issues. Hey, I should pay 2 CD to check my BP once and go. So people don't want to go into that.
Yeah, it's not even business. They are saving lives, because 1 CD. What about going for dialysis, where you pay 900 Ghana cedis a week?
Doc, can kidneys be treated? If you have a kidney failure, can you be treated?
Yes and no. It depends on the severity and the the stage at which it is.
Is there any stages in when it comes to kidney failure? Do we have stages that when it gets to this one, something can be done? Is this?
We have a parameter called EGFR. That's a glomerular filtration rate, the amount of urine that your kidney produce in 1 minute. That's 120 mils per minute.
Okay.
So we look at this with the creatinine and urea and other parameters. So you go and do renal function test, and they said they give you a value less than 70. You have started. So now doctor will advise you, find the cause of it and tell you. Well,
okay, so less than 70.
Yes, and then when it's coming lower, I have even seen someone which is less than 7.
Hey.
So that person is on dialysis. Because the creatinine is accumulation of creatinine is definitely going to destroy the kidney.
Wow.
But when you say it could be treated, I can say yes. Why? We can do renal transplant. When we transplant, we do transplantation.
Okay.
Of course.
That is expensive.
So we have to avoid, all this, unnecessary cost and death.
Wow. Doc, is it possible someone can be on dialysis and the kidneys can start working normal again? Is it possible?
Only few. I would say it's a miracle, but miracles happen, isn't it?
Yeah.
But only few. Because you have already started. And the thing is, it may be like the doctor is doing it for a short period of time and then monitor. But most of these cases we are seeing in Ghana is, lifetime dialysis. Most of them. Because the kidney is failing.
Doc, is it true that when you start dialysis, you will not be able to urinate again?
I have seen a patient on dialysis and is urinating. I was surprised.
Wow.
Yes. So it depends on the doctor diagnosing and recommending the dialysis. I hope you understand me.
Yeah.
So you see, we think the patient is not able to urinate the creatinine out.
Yeah.
So we whenever we check the renal function, we take the blood and check there is more creatinine. Some is 80, 77. We are looking at creatinine ranging from 50 to 120, 130. But someone at 877, this person, we think the creatinine is accumulating and it will destroy the kidney. Patient may die. So that is why they call for dialysis. So you may not be able to go back.
So soon as you start, urine goes off.
People urinate.
Okay.
But not much. They are not able to urinate out the creatinine. Okay. But some other people too cannot at all. So we have to always take it.
Doc, I've seen adverts on TV. Some herbal doctors, if you have kidney failure, come. We will do. If you have kidney, is it possible?
There should be a proof. Ghana needs a lot of education. Since I came to the country, I'm sure I'm here because I want to be part of the team to be educating them. Okay. If you go to a herbal doctor, it's good because we have Bachelor of Herbal Medicine in our country.
Yeah.
We started with herbs.
Yeah, KNUST has a program.
Yes, and even one at Mampong. It's good. But they have to define, they have to explain to you. You must be convinced. Don't just take the medication and drink because you went to a Western medicine hospital and it's expensive. You want a shortcut. But if you don't, the drug is not even approved by FDA. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Food and Drug Administration controls this. So if it's not approved, why will you go for it? So herbal medicines, I think Ghana has also been an issue because controlling them and regulating them has become the main issue. You go to some uncle in a village and take those concoctions. We don't know about it, isn't it? We don't know. So the herbal medicine, we are not condemning it.
Kidney failures cannot be cured.
Transplant.
I met a man who was on dialysis, and he was like, "Oh, someone has given me a medication, and it is working. It's working for people, so I'm also going to buy. I'm told when you take it, very soon you'll be off dialysis." Can it be true?
Expensive medications, expensive, and
doesn't work.
I won't destroy the market. I don't want to answer this one, but I can advise everyone, when you have renal failure, you have to see the kidney specialist.
There is a specialist.
A specialist for kidney.
Okay.
And we have the urologist and the nephrologist.
Okay.
Medicine and surgery, both parts are there. See these people and let them really help you, because doctors, we all have our specialty. Even if you don't have your specialty, you are good at one point. That is why we believe in teamwork.
Okay.
So when you see a case which is not your case, don't deal with it. So those people are the right people to judge. Sometimes too, they also follow the book too much, and people bypass them and do miracle to the patients. So that's why some people also will go for medication. Some medications work on the kidney. One point about kidney failure: when your kidney is failing, what kills you, what makes you die, is severe anemia.
Okay. You lose blood.
You will die of anemia. You will not lose blood.
Okay.
But the kidney is the organ that produces a hormone called erythropoietin. Erythropoietin stimulates the bone marrow to produce the blood cells, the red blood cells. So when the kidney is destroyed or impaired, your body may not be able to produce blood. So that is it. Now your heart begins to fail. You understand now, vital organs are deficit of blood circulation, and that is why you die.
Some have said during dialysis, sometimes they are asked to get blood. They need to do blood transfusion. Do you lose blood through dialysis?
So it's not the dialysis that is making you losing blood. It's the failure of the kidney. Like I said, the hormone called erythropoietin is produced by the kidney, and that erythropoietin stimulates the bone marrow. You know, we all know that red blood cells are produced by the bone marrow, or the blood cells are produced by the bone marrow.
Okay.
So the hormone is that hormone from the kidney acts on organs to produce blood. The kidney fails, so the hormone is no more there to help the production of the RBC.
Okay.
So that makes you anemic, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's not a dialysis. It means your kidney is failing. So to be able to really diagnose that someone has a kidney failure, do the full blood count and find the amount of blood. It's important because they are related. If you check yours and it doesn't match, there is a question. So you don't rush into dialysis. Okay. If you don't have any complications, you are not seeing anything.
Doc, in case someone has kidney failure and the person wants to do transplant, do we have that professionals here in Ghana to do? Do we have that kind of facility here in Ghana?
Your country will need to work hard on health. Based on what I've seen outside, they need to work hard on health. I think I see it to be a hobby in the developed countries, of going to be a doctor. But in Ghana, it's like going to be a doctor is like you are going to be God. They have opened a lot of foreign medical schools for everyone to attempt to be a doctor, so that we can have more doctors to save lives. You get it? But unfortunately for our country, we don't have that here. Even the specialties you are talking about, big hospitals like Kolebu, Rich, they must have all and advance into PhD level, which might be very easy. So now, if we still can talk about the number of people who are plastic surgeons, we can count them. Cardiologists, we can count them. Some of the important areas which needs to be focused are not well focused in the country.
Wow.
So maybe one day the youth must also talk to these men to do work for us, because we are failing as a group, because some minor operations which are done outside by a small boy.
by a small boy.
A small boy, yes, because my classmates, some of them were 25, 26, and they were plastic surgeons. So what is plastic surgery in outside? You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
But here you must have gray hair, you must be walking with your waist like that. You see, we have to open up. It's not, the more we do this, we kill people. Important people we need die in the country. It's painful, isn't it?
Yeah.
So they have to expand the specialty, because renal transplant shouldn't be an issue here. They have millions of doctors in India. So why don't we have thousands in Ghana? But maybe 2 or 3.
Because it's expensive to even pursue, go to school. It's not easy, dog. The amount of money you'll be charged, not everyone can afford that amount of money. So I think that could be a factor.
Because of the political instability is number one. Creating a school, a medical school, and decreasing the amount of fees is not an issue.
It's not.
It means you are going to have the human resources. The human resources is what is going to generate money for you.
Yeah.
Imagine Ghana, you produce 2 million of doctors to go, some of them will go outside on contract to make money for you. Won't you make money?
We'll make a lot of money.
And if you are able to save lives, won't they pay us?
Yeah, they will.
The hospitals you go, you pay, isn't it?
Sure.
So the money go where? The money goes to the government.
Yeah, it comes back to us.
And come back to us. So we have to just increase the number of medical schools, open the way for people, encourage them. And even the few doctors we have, some of them don't even have the chance to even work.
So if you are not operating your own facility, then it's a problem.
Apart from that, some even don't have the chance to even. I've seen a lot of doctors working, and now they are not even into the medical profession anymore. Frustration is number one.
So surgery, transplant has to be done outside.
Some of them.
Yeah, I think recently Ghana did. I think our first transplant.
We have big men there. We have big men there. If they open up to them, if the politicians open up to these good doctors, they will train the young doctors to become perfect. You get it?
Okay.
But they are not creating the room for them. It's not the fault of the doctors. The doctors are waiting. Every doctor is not selfish.
Okay.
You want to train your younger one so that when you are not there, or when you are lying down and you are dying, they will come and save your life. You get what I mean? That is the routine. If you are not in the country, who will save your mom? But they have not created that way. Few doctors. So transplant, people going out for transplant has also been another way, another key. Some of them die on the way.
Yeah.
And racism. Some of them go to Europe, countries like India, and they see you, they have not, some of them are not familiarized with the black skin. And they have been asking, why is your skin black? You remember? So they even feel reluctant to touch you. And you know, one part of it, they even think you are coming from a poor country. But we are the richest, we are very rich.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we
but
are.
They don't know. When you come there, they say yeah. So you understand that part of it. So I mean, in future, we should all promote. I mean,
okay. Is it true after dialysis? After your transplant, after your kidney transplant,
organ rejection.
Yes, yes. Is it true your body can reject the organ?
Yes. So that is what called organ rejection. Rejection is one of the complications after transplant. So we transplant with some immunomodulators.
Okay.
Some drugs that help to prevent rejection.
What causes that rejection?
Is your body producing antibodies against your body.
Does your body recognize a foreign thing be in your body?
A foreign
organ
coming is an antigen.
Okay.
And your body producing antibodies against it. This is what is called hypersensitivity reaction.
Okay.
And the reaction that comes out is what causes rejection. So that is very, very, fatal.
100%. Let's, on a scale of 100%, for instance, if we should do a transplant for, let's say, about 20 people, how many do you think can survive, and for how long?
99.9% must survive.
Oh, really?
Yes.
And how long can you survive on someone's organ?
It depends on your immunity.
Can you live for 30 extra years?
You can live for long. Like I said, it depends
how long?
how your body accepts the organ and then starts patronizing with the whole system is number one. So some people do transplant and die after 1 year. Some also live long.
Okay.
Because they have some medications also, that prevents this complications after transplant.
Okay. After transplant, do I still have to go through dialysis again?
No.
Am I going to put on medication?
Yes. Some medications to prevent rejection.
Doc, why is dialysis expensive?
Politics. Yes.
Where from politics? We are talking about health, Doc.
How many engineers have you produced from the universities in Ghana? And how many of them are producing machines here? Have you made a car?
Apostle Safo is helping us.
Government is not promoting engineering. We have to always go out and buy machines. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
So these machines are machines people are doing it, experimenting in high schools and universities. And we are here buying it expensively. If you promote engineering, what will be your problem? So that is the issue. We are not even recognizing what we are doing. We go to the university, do some course, Bachelor of Science in this, Bachelor of Science in this, and we don't do any practical. In the Western or the developed world, after your university or your polytechnic or whatever, we move directly into a company and start producing those things. So we don't do this. We can't even do a simple computer. I think it's on GTI, right?
Yeah.
One company I've even worked with. I think I was surprised that made in Ghana computer. So we have to work on engineering. If you do that,
cost of dialysis will come down.
We produce these machines here. It's not a machine. So even now we have seen that the renal failure is becoming rampant. Why don't you do all the necessary things to prevent, and also have more machines in some clinics or hospitals at various areas? Reduce the price. Reduction of price. It's the same as the CD dollar.
What's the cost of importing the machine?
The duty. He wants to make it, and because if you import a machine in Ghana, it's very expensive. So you want to take, the investors want to take their money back.
Yeah.
So they will decide the cost for you, isn't it?
Yeah.
If not, then you don't get a machine in your hospital because you can't afford.
Wow. It means there is a lot to do, because now I've seen private facilities importing and operating dialysis centers here because there is a lot of pressure at Kolebu. So more private dialysis centers are coming up here in Ghana, and it's very alarming. When I begin to panic. Like, is the situation that worse for kidney? Doc, who can be a donor? Who can donate kidney? If someone has a kidney failure, who can be a donor?
So that's when your kidney match with the other person. The receiver must have the same gene that will match with the donor. So we have to always check the blood, we have some more key genes to
Can
check.
a friend donate to another friend?
Normally families, it really works on families because of genes, like I said.
Can a wife donate to the husband?
Still depends on the genes, but you see, if it's a family,
Okay, so
family.
mother, child is possible.
Those ones are more like have some more genetic similarities.
Okay.
So if especially even they have same blood group and all, you'll be able to donate. There are so many factors to do that.
Okay.
I mean, to be able to choose a donor.
Okay.
But everyone can do.
Everyone can be.
Everyone can do.
Okay.
If only the matches.
Okay.
The donor and then the recipient have a matching
Okay.
similarities. There are some factors to consider there.
But then immediate family, like
Oh yes,
mother, child, siblings, uncles.
they are all willing to do your. Those people are all willing to help you, isn't it? They don't want you to die because one kidney can survive. One kidney can make you survive.
Oh, so are we? We have 2 kidneys,
Yes.
and I just need one to survive.
Yes.
But doctor, why is it that it gets to a point where both? Okay, doctor, tell me, will I be able to know I'm functioning on just one?
I was trying to draw your mind there because it's important to know. Before
Yes.
we say you should go for organ transplant, it means that you have bilateral issues, mostly.
So we have 2.
2 kidneys.
One is functioning for us now
They all function
at the same
at
time.
the same time.
But can one live on
If
one?
one is not functioning, one can compensate and work. You get it?
But effectively.
Effectively, you live long.
Doc, I have a friend who lost his life and through kidney failure. I asked him what caused it, and he said he didn't know. But then from the few investigations from the doctors who were on him, checking up on him, they said his kidneys were weak even when he was born. His kidneys have not been working well ever since he was born.
How old was your friend?
He died at 29.
Okay. Very pathetic. So why didn't they detect it early? Here comes. They don't do medical checkups in the country.
So we blame individuals for not doing medical
We
check.
blame the country itself.
It's expensive.
We are not planning for our health.
But doc, it's expensive.
It could have been cheaper, isn't it?
Yes.
But imagine if I can do certain screenings for free. I can go to villages and donate drugs for free with my hospital.
Doc, then before I end this marathon, you need to do free one here for me. For people coming in here.
I will do.
Thank you.
I'll do.
So people watching me, Doc is going to do a free health screening for those of you who be coming in here. Thank you. So let's continue.
Okay. So that's it. Importantly, we have to always look at the lives first. You see, it's health. It's paramount. So if politics should stay away from health, if I should have power to do that, I will do and go. I'm not a president, but if I can tell someone that they should put health as a paramount and it's not supposed to be related to any ministry or any politics, it will help. Why? Because the health of people dying, when you look at the cases of death, some of them, they are not supposed to.
People are not supposed to die like
And it's not the fault of the doctors. Because when you see one doctor or 2 doctors at an emergency against 50 doctors, 50 patients coming with ambulance, how will you cope? Unless so most people pop within 24 hours. And people have been dying of CVA, secondary to hypertension, and default in taking their medication.
Okay.
So especially like I was trying to explain, those people who have alarming high BP must see doctors regularly or get the BP apparatus. And when you see, you check it. When you check it and realize that no, my BP is not going down, accept it. And then see a specialist or a cardiologist or a doctor to place you on a drug and see. Because high blood pressure is one of the key factors that is causing.
Can it be cured
High blood pressure
or managed?
Short-term regulation of blood pressure, that is your body physiologically does it. That is autonomic nervous system.
So you can't.
The long-term renin-angiotensin aldosterone system, which is causing the hypertension,
so it needs to be managed.
It has to be managed.
Hey, dog, but a lot of adverts on radio. This medicine can cure high blood pressure,
can cure hypertension, can cure stroke, can cure all the diseases in the
It's
world.
not true.
Oh, no doubt. But they must prove to you as individuals, you patients, you must be educated enough. In UK, when you're giving a medication to a patient, why are you giving me this medication? Tell me why. I'm not taking antibiotic. No, my body is okay. Because they read more about it. But you go to a hospital, they open your vein, they start pumping drug inside. I've been watching patients. I want to ask them, why don't you ask nurses and doctors, what are you doing to me?
Doc, sometimes the response. So sometimes they'll tell you, hey, keep quiet, you came here, we are. Dog, it's not easy.
They have to explain to you what they are doing. It has to be explained. It's not like you are there and then they come in. So all these things are, we need more education. We need education. We have to. Patients, you must know your rights. Doctors are doing well in the country. I always praise my colleagues. Some of them, if you see where they sleep, you marvel. But still, they are enjoying the work, isn't it?
Yeah.
But the thing is that talking to him is about how you ask. Oh, doc, what happened? What is my diagnosis?
We should be able to ask.
Yes. What is? And they should explain to you.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
The doctor is supposed to explain to me.
He must.
In simple terms,
yes,
how I would understand.
Okay. All right. Mr. Emmanuel, I'm sorry for what happened last night. You were rushed to the emergency. Your BP was high and you couldn't respond well. And we monitored it for several hours. And then after giving you this medication, your BP dropped. And then you came back consciously. We monitored it for several hours here and realized that you have been diagnosed hypertension. And you didn't know. So you were suffering from CVA or transient ischemic attack. So we want to be giving you this medication, for the rest of your life. Please, will you accept it? You understand?
You need to ask as a doctor. You need to ask.
Yes, please.
Will you accept it?
Will you accept it? You go extend.
If the person says no.
If he said no, this medication, and when I take it, I cannot function well in bed. Please, doc, go and work on another one. I'm calling my doctor. I'm calling my doctor. You see, in your country, in my country as well, we all have lawyers.
Yeah.
But do we have doctors? Have you ever thought about that? That what's saving your life, you don't have it. But you prefer to be protected by law. Why? Do you want to do crime? If you are not a criminal, why do you look for a lawyer? So look for a doctor as well. These two people, they protect you. We all need each other, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's like a chain, like I was talking about engineering. If you have engineering, dialysis machine would have been very cheap. And the cost would have been very,
No, we are going to zoom into addiction. And this time around, let me talk about this. I had a call from a doctor. The doctor said, I'm an addict. I said, doctor, you are an addict. He says here, I'm addicted to. I don't want for the purpose of this. I don't want to mention the name of the.
Oh, it's okay. It's confidential.
Yes, yes, and even the drug he mentioned,
sure,
so that someone will not go and take it. But he mentioned the name of the drug that I'm addicted to. This kind of medication. What is addiction, doctor?
Okay, so addiction. Drug of abuse.
Is it spiritual or physical?
We have physical and psychological.
No, I mentioned spiritual.
So it's not spiritual.
I've heard people, oh, he's addicted. This one is spiritual. Yeah.
Because we have a lot of, churches in the country.
So addiction is not spiritual.
Addiction is not spiritual. In fact, a pastor or a reverend can diagnose, and I will not argue with him, because he sees something beyond what I cannot see.
Yeah.
But as a medical doctor, physically and psychologically is what I will talk about. Because the health is we define health, the complete state of what? Physical, mental and social well-being of a patient, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity.
Okay.
So you see that I'm defining according to WHO, complete physical, mental, that is psychological, social. And the social part, we doctors, we talk about your lifestyle, social history. Do you drink alcohol? Do you smoke? So those are words. But spiritual, doctors don't define spiritual.
Can addiction be cured medically?
Yes, it can be cured
Medically.
We can do it.
Okay, Doc, let's look at someone taking cocaine who has become addicted to cocaine. Can it be cured medically?
Yes.
Cocaine is medicine. How do you solve one medical problem with another medicine?
Okay. So, first of all, is the person willing to give himself out?
Do you need the person's will?
Yes, and then you cannot just say that the person should just stop taking cocaine. So it comes to a wide range of drugs which acts on the central nervous system.
Okay.
The central nervous system, those are the nerves that fire and also control the activities in the body.
Okay.
Modulates the body's activity and controls you, your movement, your speech, your intelligence, your memory. Everything is controlled by your brain. Any drug that attacks or divides into your brain must have effects on your body, one way or the other.
Okay.
Some may cause depression and some may cause euphoria or excitation. So some people, when they take some of these medications or some types of food, I say food or supplement because people also take, if you are talking about the drug that is abused in this world, we're talking about coffee, isn't it?
Yeah.
The caffeine or the coffee is what is widely abused. And people are taking coffee every day because it contains caffeine. And this caffeine has good effects, and then people have increasing the sympathetic, so you have pleasure to work.
Yeah.
People also smoke so that they also increase adrenaline, so they can also work. Are you getting what I mean?
Yeah.
So they do this for a purpose. Some drugs like cocaine, as you're talking about, is also in the central nervous system. Anything that is taxed into the central nervous system cannot just be stopped abruptly.
Okay.
But then we can taper those downwards. If the person was taking 20 milligrams, you can maintain 20 milligrams for 2 weeks, come down to 18, and then you add detox. Some vitamins help removing these drugs, increasing nerve functioning, promoting muscles. These are works beyond the book. But it happens. People have been cured from taking addiction.
So when someone is addicted to cocaine, for instance, rehabilitation centers don't work well for them?
I think rehabilitation centers should be the place that they should do their work to cure. I don't think
it means that you need to monitor the person's intake.
Yes.
Let the person still continue taking that cocaine or crack cocaine, but then you reduce the dosage.
Cocaine is derived from a neurotransmitter called norepinephrine.
Okay.
Norepinephrine is a neurotransmitter released from the adrenergic nerves, which bind to beta 1 receptor and alpha 1 receptor, increasing the heart rates and then your blood pressure for you to be active.
Okay.
So people are taking this and there are neurotransmitters produced in the body. So even if you want to take off cocaine, there are several drugs that are weaker and weaker and weaker to use it to wipe or to take off. But it will take time. It will take time because it will depend on the dose. It depends on how what the person is going through. You understand? Most times, most cocaine patients or people who die of cocaine, they die in the washroom.
Why?
They feel hot. The neurotransmitter norepinephrine, it works in a fashion, and then people begin to sweat, feel hot in their. We call it hyperthermia. Okay. And they usually go to the washroom. The body feel hot. So when this part of it is what made them crave.
The craving.
Craving, that is psychological demands.
So the cravings they get is psychological.
Physical and psychological.
Your mind thinks like you need a thing.
Physically, your body is very hot. You feel like
is that what we call cold turkey?
more times for that. Yes, more times. So they just have to. They don't have any choice because once you take the cocaine again, your body will be okay. You see that you come back to normal, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you mentioned a doctor taking medication.
Yeah.
They know the pharmacology of it. They know.
Because I understand there is this particular medicine that most health practitioners are addicted to.
Pethidine.
Yeah. Is it true?
Yes.
Most health practitioners, nurses, doctors.
They will never lie to you. No, if you interview hundreds of health workers, if some of them are not taking, most of them, I can defend my profession that most of them are not taking. But if you ask of most addicted, they will mention pethidine.
Doctors, nurses. What does it do for them?
Euphoria, feeling of good, some well-being, some type of energy to work, especially those who work hours, especially the surgeons, those who can stand from morning 7 and cut up to 8 p.m.
Cutting marathon.
Cutting marathon. So me, I'm not going there, brother. Yeah. So the point is that other countries may like to use cigarettes. That's the nicotine.
Okay.
So the Asia people, when you see Chinese and other people, you may but I think going with that one may be better than going with pethidine. Because pethidine is also expensive and you'll be injecting at the site, causing a lot of damage.
But you see, Doc, I know this medication needs prescription. How are they able to get it?
It still come back to a question I don't want to talk about. Should I answer this, brother? The system in Ghana is not good. You can't. Every drug is counted everywhere, in every chemical shop, regulated.
Every medicine,
every number of medications produced by pharmaceutical companies are calculated from that end to all chemical shops and hospitals. So do you think that these dangerous drugs will not be regulated? But that doesn't mean the foreigners don't abuse. Anything is possible everywhere.
They do.
But if it comes to the regulation here, maybe there is much more room for improvement, so that people will not just abuse drugs, especially tramadol. How the order of the day, people are taking tramadol every day, and you see their lives. Some of them can no more work. They cannot do anything anymore. They have lost their mind. Why are we not regulating the prescription of tramadol?
Wow. So we need to regulate all of these,
yes,
and get them counted.
Yes.
From the pharmacy.
There might be follow-ups.
Doc, who is going to do that?
Oh, the Pharmaceutical Council is responsible for that. It's not like they are not doing it. They do their best. You see, the country, the professionals, they are doing their best. but the politics. You see, like
it means there is politics everywhere.
But we've been appointed to be the head of pharmaceutical. Sorry to mention, pharmaceutical. I mean, whatever, by the government, and then honorable so and so need this medication. Do you really think a doctor has to prescribe this one? It goes directly to the honorable. And then spread to the bodyguards. So I'm not saying that it's happening, but it may, because of the regulation, the way of, releasing the medication, we have to control.
It needs to be controlled.
And it has to be a program system, whereby whenever you go to any pharmaceutical company or a pharmacy, your eye is scanned, your eyeball is scanned, and then your body, you are on the computer. So as you are talking, the pharmacists, they have seen your history. Your medical history is right in front of them. So why do you want to buy the medication? They won't give it to you.
Because this one health practitioner who I spoke to, who said he's a medical doctor, who told me he's addicted to this kind of medication. I asked him, so how are you able to buy? He says sometimes when I'm writing prescriptions for my patients, I can add it, even though I don't need it. Even though the patient doesn't need it, but then I add it. When it comes, I have a way of taking it. I'll not use it.
He's disgracing himself. Sorry to use that, but the point is that you, the doctor, who's supposed to, advise them not to take it, you are the one doing this around them. So they will also try to find out why doctor add this. You get it? They want to test it. But maybe if he could have used another means, which is not, related to the patients, because we've all sworn the hypocrisy oath that the health of our patients will be our first priority. So when doing something that will cause, discomfort to your patient.
Yeah. So he add it to the prescription list. They go and buy it, and then he takes it out. He goes to do it somewhere.
Of course, no, he can do it. He can do it anyway. A doctor can inject himself. They know the site of injection, so they don't need someone to help them do it. That is why they can abuse, because they know where to. You are scared of injecting, because if you do a wrong thing, but they can do.
Yeah.
But doctors usually they are not fan of it. They know the complications.
Okay.
So if they are doing it, they know they are on point. They know what they are doing. Even though some of them are also under drug abuse.
Doc, we will move to our last topic I want to discuss with you. I want us to look at orthodox medicine and herbal. Is there any similarities in it? Is the herbal powerful than what you do?
What is orthodox medicine in your perception?
So let's say foreign drugs. Herbal can be our traditional medicine, like the herbs, bark of trees, and all those.
So you want to talk about Western medicine?
Yes, Western.
You know why I say Western? They brought everything. That's why me and you, we are speaking English here now. You get it? So Western medicines and traditional medicines. These are two good medications. Okay.
Let me tell you the reason why I'm asking you this question. People are saying, you doctors, you are always condemning herbal medicine.
Okay.
Yes, that is why I'm asking you.
All right. So I did a little bit pharmacy. Because I'm in the medical field now, let me say I know more about pharmacy and pharmacology. We take the plant, macerate. When I say maceration, we are extracting medicaments from the plant using a method called chromatography. I hope you have heard about this.
Yeah.
Chemistry.
Yeah.
So that we extract every chemical in the leaf. So you'll be able to extract acetaminophen, which is para.
Okay.
You can extract and form another medication. Let's say aspirin is the prototype of almost all the painkillers. So we look at aspirin from where we extracted it and then manufacture. So we know that herb from the etiology of medicine was from plants and animal sources.
Okay.
So when your sheep was in pain and you saw the sheep taking a particular leaf, the pain subsided. So you decided to check it up.
Okay.
And you applied on the dog and it worked. They didn't die. So you decided to also, when you had the pain, you got that leaves, you boil them and they work on you. You get it?
Yeah.
So it's perfect. It's a perfect and clever way of you being able to get the means of treating pain. But then, let's say that we've been able to now know what is inside the leaf that can reduce the pain. We've been able to extract that. Do you need to still go and take the leaf again?
No.
Yes, you don't need it, because there are 10 chemicals in that leaf. Even though it was able to treat the pain, but you had a severe diarrhea or running sama de chin. So inti na bibi wo.
Okay.
Inti the Western medicine, what I'm saying is, now our medicine, they've been able to extract the medicaments, and then they are specific, on point, to bind to some certain receptors and stop some conditions in your body. So we don't condemn the herbal medicine. Some herbs, they contain only some few natural products which are good, like tea. You get it, tea leaves. But it's not advisable to take a plant that you don't know what's inside.
Because here in Africa, Ghana, people, my mother told me this leaf, that when you have this headache, get 3 of them, you get your ginger, you boil, you get 1 glass, and you are good to go.
That's sharp. Because your mother did it and lived over 120 years.
Yes.
So you are very specific about it.
Just that you doctors don't entertain those things.
Because we don't want our patient to have complications and come back. I've seen scenarios of people coming in after being deceived by herbal medicine. But like I said, Food and Drug Board they approved some medications, herbal medications, which doctors are using. We are prescribing and adding it to
now you are doing that.
Oh, we have a lot of them in the some hospitals like Lekma, they have Chinese section. They have we have some homeopathic hospitals which have been approved by the government. So doctors don't reject those. But it comes in when you see a bottle, a full glass of whatever, like 20 of them for someone to drink. You get what I mean? You don't understand what is inside.
And sometimes it begins to go bad at some point. They will tell, you just put it on fire for some time. And
so the main reason why medical doctors are not happy with most of these herbs, like you give your liver a lot of issues. Liver is producing too many enzymes at the same time.
That does it affect your organs?
It can affect the liver if you take a herb that you don't know. It's function.
Because there should be dosage too.
It should be dosage. Even some of them are giving dosage. But those ones it must be regulated by the Food and Drug Association.
Okay.
It shouldn't be like you just take it and you don't know what it is.
Doc, what is self-medication? What is that? Self-medication?
Taking medication without a doctor's prescription.
But I went to the hospital, I had headache, I was feeling cold, and I met Dr. Henry. He said, I did some tests and doctor wrote this one. And 6 months time, I'm having the same feeling. Doc, I go to buy the medicine, because when I come to you, give me this same medicine. So why are you saying it's self-medication?
Okay. So we are not against it, but you have headache, you have bitterness in your mouth, abdominal pain, and chills. We have differential diagnosis. When I say differential diagnosis, different types of conditions that can cause that. So in our differential diagnosis, we diagnose malaria, enteric fever. Maybe we added some other conditions to it, like UTI, gastroenteritis. So you go to the lab, then one of them tested positive. Let's say malaria. So we give you anti-malaria medication. So after 6 months, you felt the same thing, but it was typhoid. So you went for the same medication that the doctor prescribed for you.
Yeah, I'm having the same symptoms.
It didn't work for you because you didn't go there to look for the cause, the main diagnosis.
Okay.
Yes.
Because doc, sometimes it works. So
yes, it works.
I know when I came, you gave me this, that for okay. So I buy again and it works. Then doctors will come and back and tell you this is self-medication. You are supposed to come because when it comes to treatment or when it comes to symptoms of various sickness and diseases, some of the symptoms are similar. Is that the case?
Yes. So docs, we don't object it, but like I said, what is the problem of having your personal doctor? Doc, this is what is happening. Please, can you help me? Sometimes some minor things can be done on phone with your doctor.
Okay.
It's not like every time you should come to the hospital and pay consultation fee.
Okay.
So people are avoiding consultation because they don't even have money to pay their.
Yeah.
So what I can say is, if we can introduce free consultation at some point.
Okay.
Free consultation at some point. So
okay. That people can feel free.
Free consultation.
Wow.
Yes, doctors are available so that they can just help you get your medication.
And you'll be fine.
It's not every condition that you have to pay consultation.
Doc, here in Ghana, is it expensive to visit the hospital? Is it expensive? Because talking about self-medication, a lot of people do this because they feel it's expensive. You've been to a lot of countries. Doc, is it expensive here?
The difference is like people have, protocols of treatment in other countries. Like I have some UK friends. They say, "Oh, me when I go to UK, everything is free. Why should I buy it in Ghana?" You get it? So it means they have policies there, even though it's being deducted from their salaries, which is helping them to treat their condition. They don't see.
Yeah.
But in Ghana, you have to use the little you have to go and buy medication, and that wouldn't help you. After buying medication, there is no food to eat. So I'm also, in favor of the patients in that way. If you have a policy that will help, even though we introduce the national health insurance, how does it work? Does it work well? So
sometimes
it works.
Yeah, sometimes it works very effective, but sometimes too. So you think there should be more intervention from government?
They should register the national health insurance.
And because sometimes service providers are also not happy about
the insurance.
No, yes, some hospitals and health facilities, they end up saying when we accept these cards and it's time for government to pay us back, it becomes a problem. So some people reject the card and tell you, okay, your card can take care of this A, B, C, D. This one you have to pay for these services.
One is 4 Ghana cedis, one is 220. The 220 is not covered by national health insurance.
Okay.
The 4 Ghana cedis is covered, but the 220 is better, but they work in the same fashion. So they give you the 4 Ghana cedis. I'm not saying that they are doing the wrong thing. That's what you can afford. And they don't want to invest 220 Ghana cedis into a lot of people, and you take about 8 months before they claim their money. And that money will even come like 3 months money. 5 months will be outstanding. So
okay, Doc, there is this question I wanted to ask, but it escaped me. About, we were talking about working on a patient and you need to do something urgently, that you had to consult someone. Doc, in situation where someone is rushed to your hospital by the best as a whole stranger to your hospital, the person needs blood transfusion urgently. The stranger who brought the person left. You are trying to save the situation. Would you go ahead to do that?
Yes, you have to. Even if you, to the extent that if your boss will fire you, have to do as a doctor. Saving life is a pleasure.
Doc, is it done here in Ghana? Like,
if it's me, I'll do.
Because, Doc, we've seen situations.
I can do that.
We've seen situations where you take someone to the hospital. They will tell you, go for card and come. Go for card. Go and take the card and come.
So there should be emergency protocols. The patient comes in dying. Of course, the person even left and the patient is unconscious. You call for help, ABC. D if D is important, add. Save life first. The patient is able to talk and the patient is rich. You can get your money back. If the patient is not rich, God will bless you. Yes.
So you don't agree with those who do that? Like,
yes, I believe in giving.
Okay.
You give and take. It will help. When you give, getting it comes in from God. Maybe from another helper.
Okay, Doctor, thank you so much for joining me.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
You're welcome.
And I think this time I have to take a bathroom break. I'll be back again.
Check it. Who sugar level for check it. Check it. Reselect glucometer. Everybody check now.
This advert has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Everybody check now. Check it. Check it. The beat is real. Don't wait, make it kill ya. Get your green select glucometer and check it. Sugar level, check it. Check it. Reselect glucometer. Check it. Who sugar level for check it. Check it.
Reselect glucometer.
Everybody check now.
This advert has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Everybody check now. Check it.
Hi, my name is Shara. I work for IRC, and we've been organizing an event called All Systems Go Africa in Accra, Ghana. And for the live streaming and video capturing of our event, we work together with Range Media GH, and it has been a real pleasure working with them. They're absolute professionals, work world class, so we thank them for their work. It has been a pleasure. Thank you.
Everybody check now. Check it. Check it. The beat is real. Don't wait, make it kill ya. Get your green select glucometer and check it. Sugar level, check it. Reselect glucometer. Check it. Who sugar level for check it.
Reselect glucometer.
Everybody check now.
This advert has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Hi, my name is Shara. I work for IRC, and we've been organizing an event called All Systems Go Africa in Accra, Ghana. And for the live streaming and video capturing of our event, we work together with Range Media GH, and it has been a real pleasure working with them. They're absolute professionals, work world class, so we thank them for their work. It has been a pleasure. Thank you.
We are good to go. Hi, my name is Abeko Agri Santana. In this modern era of information communication technology, anytime you need professional live digital video audio streaming agency, reach out for the best, the most professional, Range Media. Big shout out to my brother Paco Range. He's been phenomenal, very consistent, producing high quality, high definition audio visual streaming services. So any event, if you want to stream your event and you want it as crystal clear, like you're watching DSTV or watching CNN or watching the international, video high quality, reach out to Range Media. Paco Rich, you and your team, come on, beyond the sky, keep flying.
Everybody check now. Check it. Check it. Check it. Check it. The beat is real. Don't wait, make it kill ya. Get your green select glucometer and check it. Sugar level, check it. 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 Green select glucometer. Check it. Check it. Check it. Check it. Put sugar level for check it. 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 Check it.
Select glucometer.
Everybody check now.
This advert has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Hi, my name is Shara. I work for IRC, and we've been organizing an event called All Systems Go Africa in Accra, Ghana. And for the live streaming and video capturing of our event, we work together with Range Media GH, and it has been a real pleasure working with them. They're absolute professionals, work world class, so we thank them for their work. It has been a pleasure. Thank you.
In Ghana?
Oh, a lot of movies.
Can you give me some of the list of movies you've directed?
I have a movie like Mawani Ndawo. I use stars, almost all the Kumawu stars.
Okay.
Yeah, that was 2016.
Mm-hmm.
I have Yenti Obiawie. I have Obonofa Ketia. I have Papaya Bonne. I have Keep Your Secret. And as I'm talking to you now, I have a current movie which is coming out named by Crown Fighters, in which I even featured a lot of both the Kumawood stars and the Ghana, let's say the Accra stars too. So when we talk about movies, I have almost 38 movies out, in which
you have 38 movies
out, which is, let's say, movie. But if it comes to the series, I have more than 100 series out too.
What is happening to Ghana movie?
Ghana movie, it is as it is. Right now, looking at the Ghana movie industry, that was way back like 2023, 22, 21. The movie was going down. But in beginning of this 2024, we are coming back different way. So I can say that Ghana movie industry is still standing on.
You think it's going to bounce back again?
Very, very sure.
People are saying that the movie industry is dead. Is that the case?
It's not that, because there is no way Ghana movie industry can die. The only thing that there is changes in it. At first, you can go to the market and get your copy.
You can get like CDs.
And let's see, any drive that you get to go and watch. But right now, because of the digitalization, things has changed. So now, if you want to get Ghana movie to watch, you go to YouTube as we normally use.
Like you go online.
If you go online or let's go, it's like the TV stations are now showing it as TV series. So every day in and out, we are still shooting. So as we are shooting, there is no way Ghana movie can die.
So the movie industry is not dead?
Yes, please. It's not dead, and it can never die. Because of, if you look at how even now that is going to be sweet. Very powerful movie with, let's say, standard. It's a very standard movie.
And that one is 200,000 cedis.
Yes,
that is how much you spent on that movie.
On that movie, yes. But I remember one of my brother produced one movie in which he even brought the Nigerian actors. And if we check the cost, even it's getting more than 500,000 Ghana cedis
for a movie.
For a movie
here in Ghana.
Yeah.
Is it that expensive?
Yes, for now the movie has become expensive. It's
To
not
produce.
like to produce. Not like first that someone can just wake up with one camera and say I'm a producer and I'm shooting a movie. Right now the equipment we are using for the product competition, so you cannot wake up and just say I'm producing a movie with just any amount of money. So if you want to produce movie in Ghana now, it means you two are there.
If I spend 200,000 cedis to produce a movie, is it possible I'm going to get the amount of money I've invested and also make profit out of it? Is it possible?
It is possible. It is possible.
In our current state,
Yes.
how where is the revenue going to come from?
You know, right now, like at first, we normally sell decks, but right now it has turned to premiering.
Okay.
So if you get a good event center to premiere your movie or cinema hall to premiere
But
it,
where are the cinema halls now?
We have-
Maybe we can talk about Silverbirds and a couple of them, but
yeah. Now, but now Kumasi, we have SG Mall, which is now helping the Kuma
okay,
Woods.
for them to premiere their movies.
Yes, yes. And now I can see, even let's say, even this year, they started not a long ago, but about 6 movies, very strong movies, have been premiered there, and everybody is giving witness that it went well for them, showing that they have come to stand to support the silver belt to move on for the premiering side.
How much are actors paid? You mentioned your current production. You featured some top actors. Averagely, the highest that your production paid, how much was it?
The highest, some take 30,000.
30,000.
Yes.
Okay.
Some to take 10,000, 15,000, and let's see.
The least your production.
The least is that is 5,000.
5,000.
Yes, please.
Wow, for a movie.
For a movie, for that is the stars.
Okay, so
Yeah,
the top people, the highest is taking like 30,000, and then the lowest took 5,000.
Yes, please. Yes, and that one, it is not fixed prices for them.
Okay.
Most of them, we have some of the characters that maybe you being a director, you started with them from root before.
So you know them.
You know them. So when they are coming to your work, they cannot charge you as the producer can pick any production crew at all. So if you want to say I'll take a high amount, he will just go and pick anybody at all to do his movie. But for the faces, the public can identify to you that can show you that this is the actor we want by this time. So if you do a movie and you don't call that actor, you will not get market. And due to that, they believe that if they are doing the work, there is no need to look for high, or let's say a person who is very good in the crew member side, but let's look for a star, a person that the people will watch the feast and purchase the movie. So
okay, so how much is a production member paid? How much are they paid?
that one, it depends on the let's say your popularity and the skills, how you are skillful in.
So let's imagine I'm in charge of camera, a DOP, a camera person.
Yeah.
How much are they paid now for a movie, 15 days, if you want to engage them?
We have some of the cameramen, they operate high cameras.
Okay.
Like Black Magic and above, those people, some of them take about 1,000 a day.
1,000 cedis
a day. But those who come down like 60D and those things, someone can even take the whole 10 days, maybe 1,500.
Okay.
Yeah, so it depends on the type of camera and the type of the crew you employ them and the amount they will take.
Oh, okay. So that one, it depends on
the project you are doing.
Okay.
Because we have some project, it's normal project that you can use any camera at all to capture it.
Okay.
But if we are doing a standard project, like I said, my latest movie I did, it was a high equipped that we use, and due to that, the cameraman was paid 1,000 cedis per day.
1,000 cedis per day?
Yes, please.
Wow.
Yeah.
1,000 cedis per day?
Per day, yes, please.
So every day you are paying a camera. How many cameramen did you use?
I used 3 cameramen.
So 1,000, you were spending like 3,000 in every day you were using?
Yeah, yes, for the cameraman side.
Okay.
The sound is not bad. The continuity is not bad. The assistant director.
Wow, you pay all of them separately?
Yes. This one, like my own like this, I feel I invited Frankie Fitgarben, director one, to assist me, and Sam Power. to assist me. So they was being an assistant directors to me, as me being a main director.
Okay.
So then they have amount they will take, and the continuity man has what he will take. The set designer, the makeup artist, the props. So every crew member has the amount he takes.
Wow.
Yeah.
So this is what goes into movie production.
Yes, please.
So after you are done with this, then you need to look at how you are going to market your movies.
Yes. Some people will be shooting a movie targeting only online, let's say YouTube movie that he's doing. That one has a cost he will make for it. But those of us who make a standard for premiering, that one, it's not just anybody at all can do it. But as for those who just think, I'm having a YouTube channel that I always shoot movie. After the shooting, I do the editing and I put it there for my money. The small coins that is coming there, you are okay. So due to that, when you are shooting, because you know that you are sending it to YouTube, you don't need to spend too much money there, because getting the money from the online is not easier like that. But for the premiering, the silver belt and other, maybe you target, I want to shoot the movie and I'll sell it for Aquaba Magic or other TV platforms. Then they have the standard they will give to you that use this kind of equipment before I will purchase your movie to show on.
Really? They are interested in what kind of equipment you use?
Yes, for them, they are much interested of the kind of equipment, and even the characters. They even show you the type of characters they want, and your storyline to the watch.
And your editing and everything needs to be on point.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
If not,
they will not purchase it. You can send the movie to them, and it take about 8 months, and you have not had any response. They won't tell you will not take it.
What goes into it if you want to premiere a movie, for an example? When you take it to them, are they going to sell tickets and give you percentage? Is that how it works?
It depends. Someone will go and say, okay, I want to rent your center there.
Okay, so you can go in and rent.
Yes, and sometimes you can go by percentage wise.
Okay.
Yeah, they will say, maybe I'll give you my venue. You will take care of the promotion aspect and how the content will come,
and then you share revenue.
Yes, that is how some of them do it. Some want to say, I just want to book your event center there, I'll bear all the costs. After that, whatever comes in it, I take it alone.
Okay. Before we go to my next guest, I want to find out about something. Would you advise that we should start producing movies on CDs again, just like how it used to be here in Ghana? Or we should forget about CDs and move online?
As for now, I won't advise anybody to go back to, let's say, CD, because of the digitalization that has come. If you would make attempt to go back on CDs, I don't think it will work for you, because of the way now the copyright system have changed. If you want to do, I think we should focus, and the government should come in to help us to give us more cinema centers in which we can premiere our movies.
Okay.
Because if we get more cinema centers, and let's say the cinema centers will bring down their costs and their terms and conditions for us to be able to afford, I think that one will be the best. And after we finish the premiere, we know what to do next with the movie. And most of the TV stations in Ghana today should also help us to promote our local movies here. Because looking at the channels in Ghana here, most of them are now promoting the foreign movies more than Ghanaian movies.
Why is it so?
That's why we don't even know. because every TV station think that if I go and buy telenovela and project or let and show on my TV, that will bring me income. But I don't know why you go and buy someone content and come and change the language into your own language that we are promoting their content. Meanwhile, we are doing the best here. Instead of them to say, okay, I've watched a story which is very nice, so let me get a producer or director to shoot the same story in and use the characters in this country so that we can get something for ourselves. They will go and buy the content from the foreigners. They come and translate the language and they start projecting.
And that's all.
And due to that, people
and it's affecting the movie industry
very perfectly. It's affecting that very, very. Like now, people are getting interest in the foreign movie more than Ghanaian movie
because TV stations are showing.
Yes, because right now everybody watch TV more than the online, especially Ghana here. Our data system is not easier as the foreign. So due to our data system, everybody will like to watch on TV. So as you want to watch on TV and they are not projecting our own and they are projecting the foreign movies, translating the language from the foreign language to our local language, people will think that, oh, now Ghana movie is not good, that is why we are watching the foreign movie. Meanwhile, we are doing the best too. If I say Ghanaian, now if you watch some of the movies that we are doing here, not that because I'm a Ghanaian director that I'm talking, it's very nice movie that they are bringing.
People think that there is a lot of insult in our movies, in our local movies.
But looking at this, if we check the foreign movie, most of them too, especially sometimes how you are watching the telenovelas, even though they created the language themselves, but sometimes they bring more insult in it. It depends on how the story goes. You know, everything you do, you watch your country's culture.
So you think we should infuse our culture into it?
Yes, and that would be the best way, so that we as a Ghanaian movie makers, we can also get some income out of the movies we are making. We shouldn't project the foreign movies more than our own movies here.
Okay, so your latest production, when is it coming out?
We are premiering it tomorrow, if God willing.
Oh, okay.
At Agyemang Atadeka.
Oh, okay. What's the title of the movie?
Crown Fighters.
Crown
Fighters. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So is it going to be online as well after you do your premiere?
Yeah, it will be, but it will take time.
Okay.
Because we are targeting of premiering about 3 places before.
In Accra, or you'll be going beyond Accra?
Beyond Accra, Kumasi, and Sunyani before we come back to the online aspect.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us here on our Guinness World Record longest interview marathon on my podcast. Thank you so much. I have my guest, the next guest, who is ready to join me here in the studio, and the next guest is ready to join us. So let me have the next guest who is coming in to also join me, and the guest is ready. And so, sir, you are welcome. And I want to, for the purpose of this record attempt, can you please introduce yourself to me?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. First of all, my name is Dr. Samuelino Teokai. Then I'm the head doctor at Jobert Memorial Herbal Clinic.
Okay.
At North Kaneshi.
You are Dr.
Samuel Ni Note Okai.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you are a medical doctor.
I'm a medical herbalist.
What is the difference?
Okay, the difference is for the medical doctors, probably they are more centered at the orthodox settings.
Okay.
Then the herbal aspect are like they deal with the normal herbal hospitals, and then other alternative places or other alternative facilities.
Okay.
So that's the main. So the main difference is the herbal doctors mostly deal with the use of plant medicines.
Okay.
And other forms of treatment. Like I said, the complementary aspect. There you talk about the massage, you talk about the acupuncturists, you talk about all those the chiropractics. They are all under the alternative medicine. Then the herbal, the orthodox, they mostly deals with the.
So you are herbal,
yeah,
right?
Yeah,
and you deal in herbal.
Yeah.
Okay, what is the importance of herbal medicine?
Well, that is, at least you realize that from our setting as Africans or as black people, you realize that herbal medicine is part of our living. You know, if you look at ancient time to now, herbal medicine has been the main goal for treatment, at least for all forms of medicines. For example, if you look at at least there are several categories when it comes to use of herbal medicine. For example, if you go to, or if you come to Ghana here, we're doing the use of the traditional medicine. If you go to China, they believe in the use of the traditional Chinese medicine. If you go to India, they believe in the use of the Ayurveda medicine. So you realize that almost all of these this form of medicine, they all point towards a particular goal, and that goal is to make sure that there's a holistic approach when it comes to treatment. So, for example, if you come to Ghana here, we're doing the use of the traditional medicine, and even the traditional medicine, there are a whole lot of categories. You get that point?
What are some of the categories?
Yeah, so the category, there are a whole lot. For example, if you go to the traditional settings, we have those who deals with the use of those who use the psychic aspect. Probably, for example, maybe you go to somebody who just use some form of medium that you not even understand,
like chanting.
Yeah, like chanting. Some people can even, they believe that they can even take your disease from the body. They can just put it in the wall or put it somewhere. That is another form of their treatment. Others also believe that they can use minerals to treat people. And then there's another aspect that also believe that they can also use only herbal medicine or the use of plant medicine to treat diseases. So basically, when it comes to the traditional medicine, there are a whole lot of groups under the traditional medicine. And also, if you go to the Chinese medicine, you realize that for Chinese medicine, they also believe in a particular concept. They believe in the yin and yang concept, meaning they believe that the body, there's supposed to be a flow. Okay, so whenever there's a flow in that energy, that is the word. Whenever there's a flow in that energy, then it means that particular part of the body where there's that shortage of flow, that particular part of the body will be diseased. That's when it comes to the Chinese medicine. If you go to the Ayurveda or the Indian aspect, you also realize that so most of them, they also believe in certain principles. For example, if you go to Ayurveda, they believe in what you call the dosha dhatu mala. Like it's a concept for them. You get the point. They also believe when it comes to the fundamental of the human anatomy. You get the point. So they believe in certain concept. That okay, when it comes to human and the body, we have the anatomy aspect, we have the physiology aspect, and we have other aspects that will come together to contribute to the well-being of the individual. So
herbal medical practitioners, you know of all these things.
Oh yeah, that is the. You see, for example, we have the certified ones. You get a point. If you go to KNUST is the only institution in Ghana here, and other institutions like UHAS and other institutions in Ghana here that are gradually teaching herbal medicine. But if you go to KNUST, it's a program there.
So where did you have your
KNUST?
Okay.
So there's a program there.
And you are a certified herbal doctor.
Yeah, so you go to school. So ideally, the program is designed to be that it will be a 6-year period. So you will spend most of the 4-year period at KNUST, where you will get the experience. You go to anatomy classes, like you join classes with the SMS, the School of Medical Sciences. So you get doctors and other experienced lecturers who will give you the background. You get pharmacists pharmacist lecturers who also give you the background when it comes to medicine. Then at the end of it all, you also get lecturers who are also qualified when it comes to pharmacognosis. That's you're talking about the use of the plant, how you can identify them, a whole lot of courses that come together to make the herbal let me put it to a medical herbalist.
Can herbal medicines cure all diseases?
Well, I would say yes or no. Yes or no, with respect to the fact that you realize that even before the invention of orthodox medicines, man was already using herbal medicines. So what kind of diseases that was not there? Let me put it that way. That there was no cure for it. You get the concept. So if you ask me, can herbal medicine cure all this? I would say yes in other aspects. For example, if you don't know the cure to a particular disease, it doesn't mean that there is no cure to it. Of course, God in His wisdom gave plants. If you read the Bible, we realize that from Genesis, He made a profound statement there that we should use the leaves and then the fruit to cure diseases. So God in His wisdom knew that at least a time will come that man will be sick. You get the point? For whatever the sickness, God knew that man will get sick. So if man will get sick, then let me make a provision. And that provision is what? The use of plant.
Wow. So
if you're asking me if there's a cure for all disease, I would say yes. Because if God made it and gave a command, it was a command that we should use it to what? Cure all diseases. Do you get the point? But as to what kind of plants you should use to cure the diseases, that's when you realize that you will need an expert to come in. You get the point. For example, if you look at our settings here, you realize that, you see, when it comes to traditional medicine, it is indigenous to certain cultures.
Okay.
Meaning, if you go to Akan, there's a particular way they practice their herbal medicine.
Yeah, it differs
from every culture.
So here in Ghana, it depends on where the person is coming from.
Exactly. So like I said, if you go to, even in Akan ethnic group, there's a different form of what. Even within the Akan settings, individual tribes have a different way of what managing their condition. For example, if you go to certain areas, whenever somebody is bleeding, they believe they will use a champon or the champon plant to treat the bleeding. If you go to certain cultures, they also believe that let's use a cassava to treat bleeding. It's the same form of, like, it's the same condition, but different form of what? Treatment.
Before going to the university to pursue herbal medicine, were you doing herbal? Were you practicing already?
Oh, I was not practicing herbal medicine. In fact, most of the colleagues that I met at the university, most of them, at least none of them were practicing herbal medicine. So it was a program that you went to school, then you learn.
Why did you choose to go into herbal?
Well, I think maybe I am quite intrigued when it comes to the use of medicine or drugs to treat diseases.
Okay.
That is the aspect that motivated me to pursue herbal medicine. If you look at how diseases occur and how the pathophysiology of how everything occurs within it's quite intriguing that if I give this particular medication, it can cure this kind of condition. So I had that kind of maybe I would say at that time I was quite anxious to know something. And I think that motivated me to pursue that kind of path. They get a point. And if I talk to my colleagues, you also realize that most of them also had that kind of same or similar vision just to pursue that program.
How long have you been practicing after school?
For more than 4 years, we've been practicing. I've and then even in the program, it is designed in such a way that even whilst you are in school, you'll be studying medical doctors and other senior consultants.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's how the program is designed. So it's not just that you go to school and then when you are done, you just have to. No. It's never done that way. In fact, there are other categories that, like I said, the other group within the traditional setting. In fact, if you go to the Traditional Medicine Practice Council, they are all under the Ministry of Health.
Okay.
Even under the Ministry of Health, there are certain, there are various branches that authorize the use of plant medicine.
Okay.
So if you go to the Ministry of Health, the TPMC, according to Act 575, is one of the acts that was passed by Parliament. So they are the authority or the regulatory body that have to look at certifying herbal practitioners. You get it? And then they also have other aspects. The GAFTRAM, they also believe in other, though they are all under the same umbrella, but they also have other category of members. So if you look at other people, in fact, most of those in the GAFTRAM part, in fact, they are the majority because KNUST is like later, the later aspect that KNUST introduced the herbal program. Even before then, most of our fathers and grandfathers and things, they were already practicing the use of herbal medicine. Do you get the point? So we coming in as certified herbal doctors. For us, we had the privilege to go to school and then get the requisite knowledge, understand the human anatomy, understand the human physiology, understand what they need or how you should even take medication. So the main difference between those of us who have gone to school and those who have not been to school, you realize that there's one man who said something in the late 1500s. His name was Paracelsus. He said something, and then that is one misconception that has created a whole lot of problem. And then it's true. If you look at a medical setting, you realize that the orthodox medicine is thriving now all because a particular thing that probably took into consideration, and that is the dose. Do you get the point? So if you look at that man, he said that all drugs or substances are poison. It is the dose that will differentiate a remedy from a poison.
Yes,
so
because
for example,
I was coming to the dosage.
Yeah.
People have this kind of perception that herbal medicine practitioners like yourself, they have issues with your dosage.
Yeah, so that was the point, and that is the main argument within the health sector, because you realize that when it comes to the orthodox, let me make quite a distinct clarity here. You realize that in the orthodox settings, okay, in fact, if you go to hospitals, you realize that almost all the essential emergency drugs, they are all from plants. At least about 40% of them, they'll be derived from a plant base. You get the point? And then they are from plant, but they are used according to a particular dose.
Okay.
You get the point? So if you look at that aspect, they are regulated according to the dose. But if you look at the other traditional aspect, that kind of idea is not there. You get the point? And then even in the plant medicine, you realize that it is not only one compound that is causing or bringing about the effect. So sometimes it's very, very difficult for the traditional practitioners to also monitor the dose. You get it? And I rather you also realize that there has been a whole lot of studies coming up right now that people are gradually trying to know the dose response ratio. And also, one major aspect is that before you can even come out with a particular dose, sometimes you need to do a whole lot of clinical trials.
Okay.
So you can't just come out and say, oh, this dose can treat this thing. No.
Why is it that herbal medicines here in Ghana, one bottle, they will tell you it can cure malaria, typhoid, tuberculosis, gonorrhea, everything. In fact, it can cure everything. Why is it like that?
You see, that's what I'm saying. That first of all, when I was speaking, I realized that the practice is ingenious to certain cultures, And then you realize that if you pick a plant or a mixture, let me call that way, or the decoction that they've prepared, in the plant contains a whole lot of metabolites. And this metabolite will cause the action or the effect in the body. Do you get the point?
Yeah.
So if one plant can contain like hundreds of metabolites, and all these metabolites can perform different activities, meaning they can treat different. Do you get the point? So there's no plant that can perform one single action. So I think that's maybe let me say they are being smart and then capitalizing on that aspect to treat everything, because the plant doesn't contain one metabolite that treats only one disease. It doesn't happen that way.
There is a major problem here in Ghana, not just in Ghana but across the world.
Yeah.
The cure for HIV/AIDS. Herbal medicine practitioners, you are always telling us that you can cure. Is it true that herbal medicine can cure HIV/AIDS?
Well, that's a tough question. But initially, when I was making my submission, I said that God, in His knowledge, created plants, and then in the creation of God, or in the thought of God, probably He realized that a time will come that HIV/AIDS will come. You get the point? Or maybe a particular disease will come. So if somebody is saying they have a cure to HIV/AIDS, first of all, I will not doubt the person, because being an intellectual, I will not doubt the person. But the most important thing is for them to prove that in fact this medication that we have or I have can treat what HIV. For example, if you come to my facility, we have certain products that we use, for people who are having viral conditions. In fact, when it comes to my facility, we are more specialized, let me use that word, borrow that word, and when it comes to viral infections. So when you do the viral load, because we've had the opportunity to go to school and learn more, we know there are procedures that you have to follow when you are treating some of these conditions. So if I get a patient who is HIV negative, positive, or who have hepatitis, I know there are procedures that I have to follow. You get it? Because before that's the treatment, I don't have to give the medication to a person and
you need to know the viral load.
Yes, you need to know the viral load. You need to know if, for example, the person has HIV. You even need to understand the CD4 count. In fact, you even need to understand, are there any other factors contributing to maybe immunosuppression in the person. You get the point? So if somebody comes out with a product that this product can cure HIV/AIDS, first of all, you need to do toxicology studies. In fact, you need to take it to certain recognized institutions like Center for Plant Medicine. I had the opportunity to work there around 2021. So I know what goes on there. If you take a product there, they will do a whole lot of phytochemical screening there. Meaning they will take the product through a whole lot of series that they will be able to understand what is even in that product that will cause that effect that you claim that it does. After establishing certain factors in that, first of all, then they also push it to the toxicology department. That's when they will study, this product that you brought, can it cause a particular effect or does it cause a harm to the body? So there are processes that you go through, and then from there, that's where you have to move what we call the clinical trials, and that's where most of the problem is, because the process that you have to go through to get that stage, or even the process alone, is very, very expensive. Clinical trials is very, very expensive. So if you are not well equipped, if you are not well resourced, you can't even go to that phase. You get the point? So I think that's major challenge that if you're asking me, they can cure HIV/AIDS. In fact, it's possible. But
why do you think a president of Ghana would want to travel all the way from Ghana to Russia to India for treatment when we have some of you around? You think they don't trust in your practice?
Yeah, I understand. Well, first of all, let me chip in something. You realize that during the COVID-19 pandemic, the president came out and then he openly told us what you are supposed to eat and what you're supposed to do. Yeah, it's fact. He came out and he said we should eat the dawa, we should take in the mahogany and then a whole lot of stuff. That's the president of the land. You get the point? So whatever issue or whatever the scenario or the situation, they believe there's a cure for it. But sometimes if you look at our health sector, we are very deficient in a whole lot of equipment or instruments. So probably the kind of condition that they have, it will merit him or her or maybe the Minister of State to go outside to get that particular form of equipment to maybe manage them. You get the point. So they're going out. I don't think maybe they have malaria and they'll go outside to Germany to get malaria.
It means that there are some of the sicknesses and diseases that you cannot cure, so they will need an external help.
Then I'll be happy. Maybe they come out. Though that's their private matter. We can't talk. Yeah, we can't talk about. But the concept, they should come out. Oh, okay. We've done our studies. We've realized that herbal medicine cannot treat. For example, let me make that point. Herbal medicine cannot treat cancer. We've done our studies.
Can herbal medicine treat cancer?
I've seen. In fact, I've seen someone who was having stage 4 stomach cancer. We gave him the product and the person is doing well. It's shocking.
No, cancer, can it be cured?
Cancer? Oh, of course. Yeah. If you ask me from my perspective, I believe it, because like I said,
all forms of cancers.
All forms of cancers. Oh, of course, I believe it. Like I said, we had a patient who has stage 4 cancer, stomach cancer, and then we gave him the product, and by God's grace, he's doing very well. And then from his setting, you realize that he has been to some of these major, I don't want to mention any hospital. Yeah. They have been to some of these major hospitals, and so he came with the lab reports and everything. So if you look at the lab report and then you put the person on treatment, then you could see after some time he repeated the labs again. And you could see the prognosis. It's not good. And he said it was very bad. But it's not good. I had a client who had what you call non-Hodgkin lymphoma. Okay, it's a high grade. We had a client like that. He came. They sent even the client couldn't even come. So they took pictures. They blurred the face and everything, and they sent it to me. They added the report, everything. We gave the person our product that we believe has that anti-tumor abilities. We gave it to the man, and by God, in fact, those people with that kind of condition, they have swelling in the arms, they lose weight and a whole lot of stuff. Okay, and then we gave it to him after 1 month. I think if you look at the before and after, like it's a miracle. But it's not a miracle because that's the work of what? The plant.
In case you are seriously sick yourself, there is an orthodox doctor standing by.
Okay.
A herbal doctor standing by.
Okay.
Which of them would you prefer to treat you?
Well, let me make this submission also clear. In fact, if somebody comes to you and the person is unconscious, you get the point. The person cannot swallow. And most of the herbal medications are all for, like, it you have to take a pass through the oral route. You get the point. You have to swallow it. The person comes to you, the person is unconscious, the person cannot even swallow anything. This one, at least, this is common sense, pardon me, that you don't have to go to the herbal doctor. So if you go to a medical setting, they have IV they can pass, and then the person will be sustain. At the end of the day, the goal is the patient, not who is doing the best thing. So that's the point that I want to establish. There are certain diseases. For example, if I have malaria, and sometimes we had a severe form of malaria, sometimes you can just, if you believe in your product, let me use that, if you believe in your product, you can just take your product and then you'll be fine.
Okay. Very soon my next guest is going to join me, but then before then, so you've been practicing for 4 years.
Yeah. But how I have a whole lot of, as for example, when talking about the HIV aspect, you realize that if you look at the AIDS Commission, Dr. Tuahine and the AIDS Committee are doing a very good job when it comes to timely communicate concerning the virus, a whole lot of things. But you also realize that when it comes to a treatment option, it's very, very expensive.
Okay.
You get the point. So I think there's time that the AIDS Commission can also consider herbal medicine when it comes to the treatment. We understand the politics behind it. You get the point. There are a whole lot of politics behind it. Recently, you realize that there are so many drugs stuck at a whole lot of stuff. So if we're able to incorporate or use herbal medicines, at least it will open a wider avenue when it comes.
Have you taken your COVID?
Oh yeah,
you took the shot.
Yeah, during those, I think 2021. Like I said, if you go to my point, those days during that time.
No, I mean the vaccine.
Yeah. I think those days, Mampon, it was compulsory. When it came, before you have to work there, you have to take the jab. So I think one way or the other.
But you were not happy taking it, right?
Oh, of course, because if you look at the setting, you also realize that there was not enough studies and a whole lot of time going to. So I think the AIDS Commission, if they can consider, that is a submission, they can consider get some few products. For example, I brought some of our products to show you if time.
Yeah.
So realize that if you look at how we produce our drugs, you realize that there's a different form of what modernization when it comes to treatment, the production of what the herbal medicine. One of those days, if somebody comes to you, the facility, even the nature of the drug alone will even push you off. So this our new malaria drug that we brought to the market, and it will surprise you that it is not better.
Okay.
This is the only malaria drug in the market that is not bitter.
Okay. But most of them are very bitter.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying, that there's a new way that we are taking the herbal medicine as to. Oh, I think if I can get some help.
So we will. Okay, don't worry. So if you can open,
let me demonstrate you to see how. Let me show you. We have the latest product on the market that at least it is colorless. That's the point. It's very important. At least it's a very nice opportunity to even tell the ministry that there are a whole lot of advancement when it comes to the use of the herbal medicine aspect.
Okay.
You just give me just 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
So you have to be fast because I have my next guest coming up. So I think we'll do this demonstration. My time will not permit me. So
1 minute.
let me. Don't worry. I'll come to you. I have my next guest ready. So thank you so much, Doc. From
I think I'm done.
So you can talk. Let me hear you. Let me hear you. So what are you doing?
If you look at our product that we brought to market, okay, you realize that this is how it looks like. Okay. It looks like water. Do you get the point?
Yes.
This is a new form of the modernization when it comes to herbal medicine.
Okay.
It was not that dark color or brown color that
which scares you.
Yes. So and then you realize that it is not bitter too.
Okay.
It is not bitter. It's clear like water, so anybody can take it.
As soon as I'm done with this record attempt, I'll definitely come to you.
Yeah, of course you have to come. So we can.
Thank you so much for coming. So I have my next guest who is ready. So producer, try and help us so that we get our next guest seated here. It's still the Guinness World Record longest interview marathon, and I have my next guest who is ready to join me here. So we are ready to go. So as part of our Guinness World Record attempt and as part of this record attempt, please kindly introduce yourself to me.
Well, my name is Blessed Godspring Smart. On radio, TV, people call me Captain Smart. I'm a Mayborn, proud Mayborn.
Okay.
The first week of May, the 5th day of the 5th month.
Wow.
My mother had wanted to have about 5 children, but fortunately for me and unfortunately for my mother, I'm the first, the second, the third, the fourth, and the 5th.
I don't get you. This is confusing.
Okay. My mom had wanted to have 5 children.
Okay.
And fortunately for me,
okay,
and unfortunately for my mother, I am the first, the second, the third, the fourth, and the 5th child. Meaning I'm the only child.
Okay.
I'm a proud father, a Christian of the Church of Pentecost, a broadcaster, currently with Media General, Unia Group, FM and TV, as the breakfast show host.
Is Captain your real name?
The name Captain, the title Captain.
Okay, is a title.
It's a title.
Okay.
Was given to me by Dr. Kwame Adokofo.
Okay.
And my former radio manager to Tech FM, Nana Puku.
Okay.
And it's a very short story.
Okay.
I enrolled to become a military officer.
Yourself?
Yes, I wanted to be a soldier man.
Not media, not radio.
And my mom said that one day no one been. My baby in Ukrope, it can soldier obo through nowhere. Ever served the basic. So my mom went to Sir John, the late Sir John.
Okay.
You know, Sir John came from London.
Okay.
And my mom went to him and said that Kofa Mbabrem. And then she also pressed on Adokofo that Yemfane Bamreno. So Uncle Kofor said that if you had even joined the army, maybe you would have become a captain. So now that you are sitting on radio, why don't you add the captain to your smart? Because it was a dream to become a captain in the Ghana Armed Forces.
Okay.
So then the name came up. So it was not me who chose that name.
Okay.
When I started broadcasting, I was called Blessed Smart.
That was the name you were using on air?
Yes, Radio Peace.
Okay.
Blessed Smart. When I went to Tech, the first year, I think the first 6 months, I was still called Blessed Smart. So they were contemplating, you know, Ashanti region and using the name Blessed Smart. Yeah, then we needed some Amanakan. I mean, coming from there, you need some name that would actually represent the people that you come from. And then the captain came. The captain also came, and its captain is also English. But people thought that captain was more simplified, and easy to go along with than either blessed or blessed. The confusion in pronouncing this particular name. So, and then the name captain, the title captain, was adopted and approved by the management of Otech FM, led by Oponchumesi, the late Oponchumesi.
Okay, so you started from Radio Peace.
Yes, I started broadcasting from Radio Peace
as morning show host.
No, as a newsreader.
Oh, really?
Yes. If you check the records, I mean, I won the best English newsreader in the Central Region. Radio Peace, yes.
As at that time, what was the level of your education?
SS.
SS.
And still SS.
No, like currently.
SS.
Do you have a degree?
Senior high school.
Like
I went to the People's University of Apam Secondary School.
People's University
of Apam Secondary School.
So you don't have a diploma?
I do not.
HND?
I don't.
And you were reading English?
Yes.
How did you land that job?
You see, no, Radio Peace is not an English station, but the owner happens to be the first person who read English news on GBC. GTV rather. When Nkrumah actually launched the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, Mr. Kwesi Gatitego. Okay. So that's where the whole thing came from. So I was fresh from Apam Secondary School. They said they wanted some people who could speak English and either translate it to Twi or Twi and to English. So I was on the farm with my grandparents.
Oh, on a farm?
Yes. I was planting cocoyam, cassava, coconut. You know, I love farming. And my uncle came with that root glass. In front of it, we had Nyame. And then at the back, Obinim. Yeah, so I was on the farm when my uncle came. Oh, this is the announcement he said from Radio P. So he thinks that
you can.
That if I say you can, so you go. So when I was going, I went with my chemistry books. I did physics, chemistry, biology. So I went with my chemistry textbook, and then when it got to my turn to go for the interview, I asked the next person to go.
Were you scared?
I was really scared because the conversation that people were having there. Some were having their master's degrees, others have done this job for years, some with their first degrees and diploma in broadcasting, and some coming from Ghana Institute of Journalism and all that. So I was like, hey, Kojo, so I remained until I remained to be the last person. So I had no other choice than to go sit before the panel. And there was about 6 people. Kwesi Gatitego, Kweku Gatitego, the wife, 2 other people, Ampunsodum, Nana Kofikum Singh, and one other person who came from GBC. So there were the people who, and then as soon as I got there, the man said that, oh, you are having a book already. What's that? I said, it's organic chemistry. And he said that, okay, read and translate it to Twi. I said,
instantly.
Carbon dioxide. What is the Twi name for carbon dioxide? Nitrate. If you want me to translate this, what will be the Twi word for nitrate? Carbon monoxide. What will be the Twi name? Then I remember my chemistry master, Mr. Seriam, he's an aware, who said that in a simple form, all these gases are form of air. And they come with some kind of fire. So I am from Aja. So me kinda me drew her carbon dioxide and from Aja. Me do we are carbon and missing from Aja. So I used them from Aja throughout.
And they were okay.
They were okay, and it was adopted by the Twi newsreaders across the country.
So
the word in Framaja, it is not a Twi.
You are the originator of the word in Framaja.
It's not a Twi. It's not anywhere in any of the Twi books.
You are the originator of that word.
I used in Framaja. It's an Ewe who taught me that.
And it became popular.
Yes, an Ewe who taught me that.
So were you employed?
Yes, we were 152. They were looking for only 2 people.
And
I was the second person to be selected.
How much was the salary?
You let me tell you the story, and that will baffle you before even I come to answer that one. After the interview, I completed senior high school on the 24th of December. Physics, we had some challenges. Other schools, I'm told, so we had some few challenges. So we had to go write physics again. And so 24th December was my last day
Okay.
as the school prefect at Wapam Secondary School.
Okay.
So January, February, somewhere, I think it's either January or February, when we went for the interview, they had picked me to be the second person to Oprim Kwanza.
Okay.
And Blessed Smart. Whereby they were announcing from February. Those who came for the interview, one of them is called Blessed Smart.
Wow.
Please, today is the last day. If you don't come, we will replace you.
Okay, you didn't have no mobile phone. No communication during that time.
I was in the village, and then my grandfather and grandmother were typical GBC one. They were typical GBC people.
Okay.
And you dare not go touch their radio. The TV, GTV, you don't dare go touch it.
Okay.
So we were not able to hear anything, not even the announcement.
Okay.
It's the same my uncle
who heard it,
who got to a Pam Junction, and it was raining. So he was just fidgeting with the radio set, trying to find which radio station was working better. And because Radio Peace was at Winneba and it's closer to Apam, the signal was a bit better. And he heard Blessed Smart. Honestly, he said, and my office here. So he drove an empty car all the way to Gomwate Agyemang.
Wow.
To come tell my grandparents that
you have a job.
So I went there on the 1st of April.
Straight employment.
Straight. And then when I got there, I met Dodo Chame. Greetings to you, Dodo Chame. He's the one who helped me in this industry. He shown the tracks, how and everything.
Yeah.
So when I got there, he was washing.
Okay.
I went there. I've not seen a studio before. My first time. Everything so zuguma.
But that audition, was it done in the studio or
no,
somewhere?
it was done under a mango tree.
So it was your first time seeing a radio studio?
I think so. That time.
Like how? So they are employing you. You've not seen a radio studio before.
I made them laugh throughout the interview.
Okay.
And they thought that I could add humor to serious talk.
Okay.
So they said, okay, then we have you. Then I went. Dodo Chame was washing, so I went there, took the items from him, washed it for him. And then he said, he's left one or two things he still have to do outside. So, okay, man, castle, your microphone one, microphone two,
then,
microphone
okay,
three,
mic one, mic two, like just like the console.
And this one, the cassette player one, cassette player two, CD player one, CD player two. That time we're playing that
digital audio tape. Yes,
and then video cassette, the piano encore.
Yeah,
we're playing it as well.
Wow,
on radio.
Video.
Yes.
Video cassette.
Yes, but we're only interested in the audio.
Audio. Okay.
So you have to roll it small, and time it. You cue it.
Wow.
And I remember very well when he taught me all that and left. My first song to have been played on radio, so Nyami say Ayeyi by Soul Winners. That's my first song. And was in the evening. And whilst the song was playing, I remembered I've listened to Komla Dumo once with my uncle Sammy in his car. He loved listening to Komla. And Komla would say, "This is the Super Morning Show. My name is Komla Dumo." In fact, I forgot myself. It was in the evening. I forgot my name and said, "This is Komla Dumo. This is the Super Morning Show on Radio Peace." Then I started talking. So at a point I got to know that no, I am not Komla Dumo. I am Blessed Smart. Then I mentioned my name again and started talking.
Wow.
Then the owners of the station, Radio Peace, they were in town, drove straight up there where the waterworks thing is, and then they came and said, "No, you don't have to talk. No, your voice is good. You talk so well and all that, but we need to give you some proper training before you can go on air." Okay, it's okay. But you're Mati. Well, when they left, I sing.
Yeah.
And Charlie and you know everything. So the only thing I could do was to still open the microphone and sing along. Then they came back, but this time when they came, they opened the studio door and they were all watching.
Were you scared?
That time, I thought, well, that's it. It looked like I was on a platform at the Pentecost convention singing.
Okay.
That was I was picturing. So I was happy, and I pulled a handkerchief out of my pocket and started doing my own thing. And Dodo Chami was scared. He thought that they were going to sack him.
Okay.
Because he's supposed to guide me.
Time and
when the song finished playing, the owner called me. Ayase. Once a year though. Nanko yide ko But she said shasi. To be new fido.
Oh, okay. So, like, you were not supposed to go on.
That was my very first day.
So you need to at least go through some orientation, get used to.
I didn't wait for the orientation, bro. Then he said that I'm going to give you the orientation tonight. Wow. So I'm going to give you some words to pronounce for me.
Before going on air?
No, after I've gone on air. That same night.
But you need to learn how to pronounce certain words.
Because the sun was doing what we call the morning show now. It was called the Dawn Show.
Okay.
On Radio Peace.
Okay.
And it started at 5:30 up to, I think, 6:30. So he said he wrote this word, RAPPROACHMENT.
Okay.
Let me show him some rapprochement. I was like, hey, I'm on Papa. It's a French word.
Okay.
It is pronounced rapprochement.
Okay.
And so he went some few meters away from me and asked me to shout on top of my voice, pronouncing that same word. And I pronounced it. Then he would come a bit closer, same word, a bit closer, until he got closer like this microphone and said, shout the word to me. He said, yes, you got the voice for broadcasting.
That was all.
That was all. He used only a word to teach me on how to manage myself on radio.
What was the salary like?
That time I was giving 75 Ghana cedis first.
Okay.
Don't ask me when, because it's not quite too long.
Through bank, eh?
This is 2001.
Through bank. You had through bank.
Even today, some presenters don't take their salaries through the bank.
Really?
At the end of the month, you go to someone's office and then it is handed to you cash, not even in an envelope. And because I was the youngest, I had to sleep in the studio. So I wake up in the morning to clean the place, set the place up for all other things.
All for 75 cedis.
Yeah, 75. And then 2 weeks, they realized I was doing so well. And then they increased it to 100. The time I was leaving, when I wanted to leave, they said they have to increase my salary so that I don't go.
Okay.
And they gave me 1,500, 150.
150 cedis.
150 cedis.
Old cedi is 1.5.
1.5 that time.
Okay.
I was taking
for you to stay.
For me to stay.
So you stayed.
How can I stay? That time I don't know what came over me. I needed a much bigger platform.
Okay.
I realized that there's so much deposited inside of me.
Okay.
So the same Dodo Chame went to Kumasi, Utek FM, and they said they needed someone to handle their breakfast show.
Okay.
I have not done morning show before, only dawn show for only 3 months. We had then gone for the Central Regional Radio and Radio Awards, and I was adjudged the best English news reader. Can you imagine? Can you imagine this?
Yeah.
And Dodo Chami came and said, "Brah, I have this for you. Go to Kumasi, Utek FM. This is the number. Call." And then I went to Tech, long and short, went to Tech FM. They received me so well. I got there on Thursday.
Okay.
Friday, they said, go on air and do the morning show. Let's hear you. I said, Nana you pa. Listen, boss, I said, I haven't done morning show before. I was doing the dawn show. Okay. You record, they edit, make sure all the mistakes are properly corrected before it is being aired. But here is the point. You want me to open the microphone live
and start
a morning show? He said yes. So that time, by the grace of God, I've had some small mobile phone.
Okay.
So I played some calls. I called Dr. Adukufo, called the old boy himself, called some few other people, including Sir John and Kofi Juma. I mean that this is
okay.
What this is the deal, and what do I do? I mean, said that go ahead and do it. The morning Kai, after the news was read by Akosua Gobanahini. She's now on peace.
Akosua
Abuaje.
Okay.
She was the newsreader, the 6 a.m. newsreader.
Okay. So soon as she was done, and
you know what I did?
No.
I sat down and said I needed a strategy so that I don't expose myself that I'm not
a morning show host.
So I went for Daily Graphic, and because the man had taught me breath control, how to make meaning when you are reading, you don't have to sound reading, you have to sound talking. So I went for Daily Graphic editorials and started reading, getting the points. So as soon as Akosua Go finished, again I started Onyame say ayeyi so winners. Again. And I started reading. And then I saw that my opportunity came was a glass door.
Yeah.
And the thumbs up. And then Nana Puku came. He came and hugged me. Said, oh, hey.
When the program was not even
I'm telling you. Then I said, hey, Akwad Medidi.
You had not talked about salary. Even
No. So when I finished, I said, oh, let me go back. Because I had not resigned.
Okay.
I didn't even know what is called resignation. Because nobody gave me any letter.
There is no appointment letter.
Then they asked me, do you have an appointment letter? So I asked him, what is appointment letter? And then he explained. Honestly, that time I didn't know.
Okay.
And I said, I want to go back. He said, no, you can go. You have to stay. Monday, you have to continue.
Okay.
Monday, I finished the show. Tuesday, Wednesday, the calls started coming.
Wow.
And they said I have to stay. I said, okay, from 1,500.
From 150
Ghana cedis.
Yes.
They asked me how much I would take. I mean, they said they'll give me a place to stay.
Okay, free accommodation.
Free accommodation and all that. So I said, okay, fine. And yes, I said, yes, I can. So I agreed to take 500 cedis. 500 cedis. Then
it was huge.
Nana Poku started laughing. Said, oh.
A morning show host charging
500.
5 million.
Yes.
Then, yeah.
So no, it's too small. We'll give you 1,500.
So this is
2002.
2002.
Yes.
You were taking
1,500 Ghana cedis.
I can imagine what you are taking now. Now you should be taking like 100,000 cedis.
Oh, come on, Abba. And you know, some few months later, I think 8 months.
Okay.
I had my first car, and
through what you saved or
no. I mean, the company helped me.
Okay.
To get a car because I was doing well.
Were you very aggressive on radio?
I started being aggressive from day one.
Why? Because your kind of presentation, people say Captain is so aggressive in the morning. Why were you that aggressive?
Who wakes up in the morning and drink cold tea?
Nobody.
You drink
Everybody
hot
wants
tea.
to do
hot. Yes. So in the morning show must be hot. It takes a lazy morning show presenter to be cold in the morning.
So what we are seeing now, this is how you've been from Kumasi.
Akosua Gobanahini knows me better. I mean, this has been Captain Smart from Otek.
Okay.
When I went on air and spoke like Rollins and Nana Kwesi Agyemang had to drive his car all the way from the house.
The former mayor.
Yes, thinking that Rollins is in the studio and, you know, a lot of things. You see, I love presenting national issues with aggression and a lace of controversy.
Okay.
It makes people glue. It gets them to stay to listen.
Okay.
You know, and that's it.
Are you a member of the NPP? A card-bearing member?
Now, no.
Have you been a card-bearing member of the NPP before?
I may say I was more than a card-bearing member.
What makes you more than a card-bearing member?
Because I will mention names.
Okay.
I will not mention those who are resting in the bosom of our dear Lord. I'll mention Adokufo.
Okay.
I'll mention J. Kufo. I'll mention Nanado.
Okay.
I'll mention Osafo Mafu, Hackman Usu Agyemang, Maxwell Kofi Juma, I'll mention Chairman F.F. Fanto.
Okay.
I will mention Sammy Crab.
Okay.
I will mention Kwabena. What's the name? Former J. Kwabena. Tesi Anamiri Finidi.
Okay.
And John Boedu.
Were you close to them?
Close.
Before
I was part of the guys who were beaten mercilessly because of the MPP in the Volta region, Akachi Abo to be precise.
Before 2016 elections,
Uh-huh.
how close were you to the president of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo? Were you close to him?
I was very close.
How close?
Very close.
What were you doing for him?
I was not doing anything actually huge, but we're part of the team media guys who thought that Mahama was not doing better.
Were you paid to do that?
Oh no.
Did you take some money?
No. For this one, I can bet my head on the chalkboard. I have never taken bribe before, and I will never take bribe.
Captain Smart has never.
I've said it several times. Any politician who says he's giving me something before should come out. The only politician who has given me gift is Nana Kumia.
Gifts?
Yes.
Okay.
He bought a cake, took half, and gave me the remaining half.
That is all.
That's all.
One time you came to apologize to the former president.
Yes, that we said that he's bought houses at Dubai. And
where was that information coming from? Before coming on air to come and say this, where did you get that information from?
There's something we call political peace strategy. The P I will not explain. The politicians know what I'm talking about. And morning shows years back, almost 90% of morning shows relied on newspapers for information.
Yeah.
And politically, most morning show presenters and political talk shows are aligned.
You are one.
No, they are aligned to either Party Q or Party W.
So you mean every political morning show? Most of them. They are
morning
aligned.
Show and political talk show hosts are aligned. Either aligned with a particular story or aligned
with a political party. So you were aligned to
as
NPP.
of that time, I was aligned to the MPP.
Okay, so now you are aligned to NDC.
I want to remain Ghanaian.
Okay.
Because I've realized that both of them, they are political garbage.
So where did you get that information? Was it from the newspapers?
No, it was on the front page of the Daily Guide. And then let me be sincere with you, we're told to push it. So we also pushed it.
Who told you to push it?
Okay, every party has a chief of staff. Every flag bearer, somebody who he think will be the chief of staff. Somebody would have to call you and push it.
Pushing it, were you paid? How many were you?
No. I don't know who else.
Okay.
But all the big guys who said the same thing are in this country. Everybody heard them and saw them.
So those we heard them saying.
Yeah, it's all a lie. Mahama don't have a single room, not even a chop box in Dubai. I still challenge anybody to come and show us.
How did you find out? Because this is.
I went to Dubai.
Dubai is very big. How was your investigations like?
Chief, if Ghana is too big, if you have a house here in Accra, it is easier for people to know.
Okay.
And Dubai, you can just Google the houses that they sell, the apartments that they sell. If it is being bought, even if it is on mortgage, it is easier to know.
Okay.
As soon as you Google the location with the address, you know the owner.
Okay. So you did those checks?
I didn't do those checks. I didn't waste my time. Because as time went by, we got to know that it was a lie. It was a hearsay.
Do you regret doing that?
I don't actually regret, but I am yakakra.
Okay.
That I helped some people told a lie.
But you were not paid to do that.
Oh, no. Me try because I'm story. I mean you.
You don't do paid stories.
No. That's why I'm able to speak my mind.
Were you promised when the president was coming to power?
Well, I've said on air several times.
You were promised, right?
Not promised. I've said on air several times. I've refused appointments. I believe that. And if you ask Gabi Ochedaku, he's alive. And the finance minister, when we met in a house closer to the electoral commissioners in their headquarters, I told them that, look, somebody would have to sit back and watch the old boy succeed. If he's going wayward, somebody should be in the media to bring him on board. That's basically what I did.
Okay.
Trying to keep him in check.
Okay.
But they think that I'm being too hard on them.
So So you finally came out to apologize for coming out with those stories that was in the
one
news.
story.
What, just one story? But as a journalist, why didn't you do your background check?
It is not
before?
a matter of a background check.
You were supposed to do a background check.
Let me tell you this. You were sitting here.
Yeah.
Did you know where I was before I came here?
No.
It was your producer, right?
Okay.
So let's continue. So let's continue.
Okay. So the story came from a source.
It was on the front page of the Daily Guide, not a source.
And that was it a mouthpiece for the government?
Well, I can tell.
For the then opposition party.
Over the years, we all know the political biases of Daily Guide.
Okay.
You know, so I mean, it's obvious.
You contributed bags of cement for
100 bags of cement
for the
and more.
Construction of.
I regret. I should have used that cement to build a house for my mom.
You want to take it back?
If they will give it to me, I will.
You want? Why? Why would you?
Okay, let me tell you this. When I heard that our president wanted to build a house for the Lord,
not with a government.
Ask my guys. I asked them to bring me a hanky. They should get me a hanky.
Okay.
I was very much happy, very, very, very enthused that my president has had the vision of actually building a house for the Lord. If not for anything, I am a Christian.
Okay.
And bring it,
you can bring it. You can bring it.
And I told few friends that this is a good thing that we have to do.
Okay.
You know, we have to support, because the president said that we have to contribute as Christians to build that edifice. So I was happy that my president is calling on Christians to do what was done back in the Bible days.
Okay.
I heard the president very, very well at NEMA. I heard him so well
that
when he said that this one we will not put any money from the coffers of the government to build the house.
Okay.
I will call on all the Christians in this country. And I said, oh, good idea. So on the day of the launch, I went to buy 100 bags of cement.
Okay.
And carried one.
Okay.
I carried it.
We saw you carrying one,
yes.
But it was 100 of them.
It was 100.
Okay.
But that's the one I carried was symbolic.
Okay.
It was symbolizing my readiness to carry and give whatever I have for the completion of the Lord's house. So we were told that day that we will need about $200 million to complete the National Cathedral.
Okay.
Almost all the pastors, the big and small, that gathered that day surrounded me and prayed for me that I have done a godly thing. I am proud of myself for the cement I carried for the Lord. I am proud of myself that at least I contributed for an edifice to be built for the Lord in my country. But I regret the corruption that I have been seen to be part of that.
You think the president deceived?
No, it goes beyond the word deceitfulness. It goes beyond that, you know. And now we have spent over $200 million.
Yeah.
And we've cleared the place, moved judges to a different place altogether, rented hotels for judges, because we're going to build a home for the Lord, a house for the Lord. Imported rocks, stones from Israel, and all that. And after spending over $200 million, we now have the biggest pit in the world.
Wow.
Sitting right here in Ghana. I think it's a shame. And to be honest, all the pastors that are on that particular board of trustees,
some have resigned.
Yes. Those who are still on that board, I think that they should go for 40-day fasting and ask God for forgiveness.
They should ask for forgiveness.
Yes, from the Lord. Because this is not a promise to man. It's a promise to God. And I believe that we all followed suit because we all believe that God exists.
Yeah. That is the reason why.
So there is God.
Okay.
And then you tell God that I am going to use $200 million to build you a house. And you have spent over $200 million and you don't have a single room for the shoe of God. What have we done? As human beings, as black people, as Ghanaians, we have believed lies over and over again to an extent that we have succeeded lying to God. We have deceived God. We have promised God and have failed. What else? Who else under the sun can't our politicians disappoint by promising?
Okay.
And this is a serious matter. Look, people think that we only have to be talking about it, and inside my bedroom, I feel so sad about the National Cathedral thing. That so if God is going to measure favor and mercy by actions and inactions and reactions, what will be the kind of favor from God to this country?
Buildings were they had to break down
judges, buildings and all that were pulled down. Some of them, lived in hotels for several months, and we still do not have that. It's a shame.
Do you think the government should look elsewhere, look for money?
Elsewhere where? No serious organization under the sun will do that. That cathedral sitting there, they can't build it.
They can't.
No, they can't.
Would you advise in case?
In case what? Whoever wins the election,
yes,
they will not.
In our current state, what do you want us to do?
Look at the demeanor of Agyemang when talking. When he addressed the entire nation, did he mention anything about National Cathedral?
No.
It is one of the useless things to him.
Okay.
It looks useless to Agyemang, I'm telling you. As for Mahama, don't talk about it. It looks more useless to him. Okay.
Okay.
If individuals were allowed to contribute, let's say maybe 10 years to Ukraine, we are no problem. But when you commit state funds into something and you say that may you see $200 million to complete, and you have spent more, government have spent more than $200 million plus our contributions. Plus our contributions.
Wow. So what do you think we can do
about the cathedral?
Yeah.
We should forget about it for now.
Leave the place just like that.
What else can we do? Fill the hole?
Do you think we have to those who have incurred this cost on the nation should be prosecuted?
No. You see, people should be prosecuted. Now the National Cathedral is not something for anybody. It is for the Republic of Ghana. And government said,
should the others who also contributed go for their money?
And now that money gone. Wow. And you've still not completed the project. It's like a DCE taking money to build a hospital and failed to do. You go, you arrest, you prosecute, you jail. So the first person to be jailed is this government. Ghanaians should vote against this government for lying to God on our behalf.
Okay. And that is what we should do.
Yes. We should show them the red card on behalf of the Creator.
Ghanaians should.
Yes. Because if you can lie to God, who else can't you lie to? You get a drift?
Yeah, I get you.
So, the first person that should go to jail is this government about the National Cathedral. We should show them the red card.
They should go.
Yes, they should go. Because you lied to God.
Dr. Bawumia has promised to come in, and when he's voted into power, there are certain things that he wants to change, especially with e-levy and a couple of things. He says when we vote for him and he comes back, because he is just a mate, he's not the one in the driving seat.
There's this beautiful lady who got married to a very young man.
Yeah.
Very energetic, to the eyes of the people, very hardworking. And this lady was enjoying. She was driving all the posh cars, living in a mansion, go check the lighting of the house, food, drinks, whatever. Everything was provided for.
Yeah.
But every night, the husband was out of the house. He goes out of the house in a black shirt and comes back in a pink shirt. One day, the lady got to know that the husband, a armed robber. But because she was enjoying, kept quiet and supported the husband to perpetuate that crime. You think that the police should not arrest the lady as well?
She has to be arrested.
Both of them should go.
The police will tell you aiding and abetting.
So both of them should go.
Wow.
That's the story to the answer.
Who do you think will win the 20?
I don't want to even know.
You are a political man.
Listen, me, 2024, I don't care who becomes the president. I care about who will take care of this country. And I'll be more aggressive after 2024 elections than before.
Aggressive?
I am telling you.
On the one going to win.
I am telling you. I am telling you. I am going to be super aggressive.
You are aggressive on this government. Are you scared for your life?
Scared?
Yeah.
No, I am scared that this country,
Ask him about Chada.
has been raped over and over by the husband. You see, Amagana is a very beautiful young woman who grew up in a British home. Very beautiful, sweet accent, sleek, and every other young man in town was running after Amagana. So there's this young man called
Ask him about Chada.
a young man called Kwame Nkrumah, who married this young lady. And he said that when your boyfriend was leaving you, he didn't give you anything. But me, I'll give you something. And this man built homes representing factories and so many other things for this lady. And unfortunately, the brothers-in-laws and sisters-in-laws ganged up with people who were not part of their family. And Amagana divorced her first husband, called First Republic. Then the Second Republic came, also said that I love Amma, I'll take care of Amma. And Amma's parents agreed. They also came, not knowing, because Amma is very beautiful and sweet, they also wanted to get their share. And again, Amma and Kontafo and others came together and divorced. Then the third husband, Third Republic, also came. Then somebody came to marry Amma, calling himself the Fourth Republic. That me, the Fourth Republic, I will make you, Amma, the most beautiful woman. And Amma, you have a beautiful son called the Greater Accra region. I will make everything for Greater Accra, so that when Greater Accra grows, marry and have children, his children and children's children will not suffer. So I will make Accra the cleanest city.
Okay.
And in the Fourth Republic, because Amma is still young and beautiful, the Fourth Republic had a first man called Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings, who married Amma, brought PAMSCAD, Program of Action to Mitigate Social Cost of Adjustment, and Mobi Squad, all in the name of trying to make Amma happy. At the end of the day, Ama's last cloth that she had wanted to wear to her son's wedding. J.J. Rollins took that cloth and gave it to his wife. That is in Samum Cannery. Gave it to Nana Kunedu Agyemang Rollins.
Okay.
That marriage also collapsed. Then another man in the Fourth Republic called J. Kufuor also came, married Ama for some time, and then the marriage also collapsed.
Yeah.
Then another man from the same family came to marry Ama, called John Evans Fifiata Mills. Unfortunately, Ama became a widow.
Because
a woman whose husband died in the morning, in the evening, the family gave another man to her to marry, called John Dramani Mahama. So John Dramani Mahama married Ama right after, a few hours after Ama's husband.
Few hours.
Husband had died.
Not even to wait for the barrier and everything.
And then the family also said that, then through their call. But we have found another man in the Fourth Republic for our Ama. That man is very eloquent. He's a lawyer. He's studied politics. He's followed politics. He's led demonstrations all in the name of you, Ama. He's got you at heart. He's called Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
That is the current president.
He will marry you a nice way. I mean, Ama, you will enjoy life. So Ama was torn between.
Asked him about Alan and also Ochada.
In the eye and said, okay, would your mamin komra? But I'll send my son Kweku Ayindoho to make an announcement. If I love you, after the announcement, I'll come back to you. So Kweku Ayindoho, who is either a niece or whatever, a nephew or whatever, a cousin or whatever, to the yet to be divorced husband, said that they were in a comfortable lead. So Ama relaxed that, oh, at least he has built something for me. He's built this hospital, this thing, that thing, that thing. So if he's in a comfortable lead, no problem. Before Ama woke up, the new husband was holding a ring to wed her, and Nanado finally married Ghana.
2016. Yes.
7 January 2017. And I must say that the worst of Ama's marriages started from 2017.
The worst.
The worst of Ama Ghana's marriages started from.
But you supported that marriage.
It doesn't matter. It is only the fool who doesn't change his mind.
You've changed your mind.
Do I look like a fool?
You are now for Cheddar. What is the relationship between you?
I am not for Cheddar.
But what is the relationship between the two?
Oh, I like him. He's a young man. Very good. Very eloquent. He sounds a bit politically aggressive. You know, I mean, he's done something that eyes can see, you know, and he's had this ambition to lead Ghana. Anybody who has good intention can marry our Ama Ghana for us.
Okay.
So, I mean, he can also marry Ama Ghana.
Cheddar can.
Oh, if Ama Ghana agrees, nobody can say no.
Do you think recently in his recent interviews he said he was going to dredge the sea to the Ashanti region? There's been a lot of controversy and statements around. Is it possible? Is it feasible?
Why do you want to drag me into this conversation? But anyway, let me answer you. If you want to redirect the sea to a location, is it called dredging?
No.
Okay. So it is not possible.
It is not dredging.
So it is not possible.
So what is possible?
First of all, it's doable. Because anything under the sun, you know, both of us can chew this table. It can take so many years, but we'll still chew it.
Okay. So it is possible.
It is possible. But I think that that should be about 200 years to come.
Okay.
You see, the things that we need in this country, prioritizing the welfare of the beautiful lady called Amma.
Okay.
Redirecting the sea from Accra to Kumasi is not part of it. Because when you get to Kumasi, which suburb of Kumasi are you going to collapse?
Because
which suburb of Kumasi are you going to pull down?
To get the sea but it could have been better. Because you see, let me ask you, because former ex-president John Agyemang had this plan for Buankra inland ports. And I don't know what happened to that, because Cheddar wants that to help so that in case we want to transport goods and other stuff from Tema, we could do it. But J. Kufuor had this idea. But
it was inland ports.
Inland ports, yes.
You see, Amma is so beautiful that if you are not careful when you see her, you speak like a mad person.
Okay.
The beauty of Amma goes beyond human comprehension. So if you're a man and you want to marry her, you have to sit straight and think right. Otherwise, you will open up your mouth and say anything. Because she's so beautiful to an extent that her beauty is very devastating. When it comes to gold, she's excellent. Diamond, super. Manganese, super. Lithium, don't go there. Wow. Oil, fantastic. Timber, human resources, abba. So that woman called Amma, when you get to her house and you say you want to marry her, if you are not careful, Amma will give you money.
Okay.
So it makes the men who want to marry Amma talk by heart. Because senior, what they punu ko duru kumasi abro be no beduri atu egu na de ponato.
Yeah, that is going to be very
so it's doable.
Okay.
What we need now, first of all, is quality health care that will give the Ghanaian the assurance and hope that I can live longer to help build my country. This is the first thing we need.
That is what we need.
First.
We don't need a cathedral.
Quality health care that will give the Ghanaian hope that I can live longer to help build my country. First thing we need.
That is the first thing.
That is the first. The second thing, I don't want to hear anybody talk about roads. Roads is a byproduct of a good thinker. So we share Bayview on Timinya Kwan be president in.
Okay.
It's straightforward. Bam.
So roads
is part of healthcare.
That is what you have to do. Is
roads. If you want to talk about healthcare, me if I were the president, I will not talk about roads. I will talk about healthcare. Okay. But roads will be part of healthcare because the ambulances will not be piloted in the skies.
Sure.
Even though we have air ambulances and all. So when you talk about quality healthcare, you are talking about quality roads that at in the speed of time, a sick patient can be transported from this location to that location. The next one is food.
We need food.
Yes, that the Ghanaian when going to sleep will not be wondering what to eat the next day. Otherwise, that person will become an armed robber.
Okay.
So quality healthcare. One. Number two, food. You know, the word agriculture comes from a Greek word and a Latin word. Agriculta. Meaning we have agreed to do it together and get satisfied.
Okay.
So the word agriculture, the first syllabus, agree.
Okay.
So first of all, we must all agree to eat what we grow and grow what we eat.
Okay, eat what we grow
and grow what we eat.
That was what Danlati, the late Danlati stands.
We don't have to wait for Ukraine to go into a war with Russia, and then our Greek minister will come and tell us that because of the Russia-Ukraine war, we can import maize. It doesn't make sense. So first, second one is food. The Ghanaian must have access to quality food. Food security should be key. So I was telling a friend, if I were the president, every house will have a coconut tree.
Every house
that is fully tarred like this place will come and remove part of the tiles and put a coconut tree.
Why?
Yes, I'll come to that. Every house must have a cocoa tree. One house, one cocoa tree. You know why?
Why?
When you have 1,000 cocoa trees, you can have 700 bags of cocoa.
Okay.
Okay, so Greater Accra. How many houses do we have in Greater Accra? Close to 3 million houses. So if one house, one cocoa tree, and we are looking for money to renovate our schools, pull down dilapidated schools, and rebuild them, and we have 3 million cocoa trees scattered here in Greater Accra. What would you kakra de kogo wi aso ha? Na cocoa board abehwe. Menso kwa na makote me de senior kwa na makote de cameraman kwa na makote de kogo apaso. Say 1,000 bia be me 700 bags at 3 million be me how many bags?
Wow. We'll be making a lot.
Food.
That is what we need.
Yes, the coconut oil market in the world is $1.7 trillion. All manufacturers of coconut oil can access just a little over $3 billion. They've not even hit half a trillion.
Wow.
That is why the first husband of Amma started the state farms. From Eswisha, you know Eswisha?
Yeah.
Yes, Eswisha, through to Agyemang. There were coconuts all over. The idea of Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was to establish 4 coconut oil factories in this country to export to Soviet Union, America, Europe, and China. So if we are if we sit down as a country and we plan properly, brother, coconut oil alone should be able to take care of Ghana.
So it means we are not planning.
No. We don't have leaders. We don't have managers. We have damages.
We have elected leaders.
No, we don't. You see, if you become a leader, you must wield the baton of influence.
Okay.
And also hold the ladder of success. Because anytime you become a leader, you become a ladder.
Okay.
People must see you as the ladder and climb to success. So when you become a ladder, a leader, and your people cannot climb that ladder to success, you are a damager. And this is what we have pampered in Africa over the years.
Yeah.
We have not thought of nothing but follow. This is a political party. That rubbish. This is a political party. My uncle, your MP. That nonsense. And then we follow that. Move. And before you say Jack, that party is in power and they are doing virtually nothing. We went to Brazil for the World Cup.
Yeah.
And someone bought coconut for $25,
Yes,
right?
Yeah.
How much is coconut here in Ghana?
Currently, coconut has been
5
cedis. Yeah, 5 6 cedis. Yeah. Even in our villages, you buy 1 cedi, 2 cedi.
Okay. So when you have food, you give scholarship to students who are studying agriculture. They are the ones who should enjoy scholarships. If I were the president, when you decide to study agriculture, free. Because schools are.
That is the policy the government should.
You see,
embark on.
where there is food, there's the fullness of God's time.
Okay.
You give the people food to eat. Yes, you could did you. A common day, yeah, yes, you come sa common day now, Koji Aquadano, Abodo Nenamno. The Bible describe it, sa common now. Sa common day no, to me, the share for 40 days. No.
Okay.
And yet, come ketwa
means food is very, very important.
Food is very, very important. It is the primary fuel for the human body. So after quality health care, you give food by saying that every district assembly should have not less than 150-acre farmland.
Is it possible?
Why not? You need a thinker, not a tanker. You need a thinker. That every district assembly should have 150-acre farmland. Now, we are going to use farming to unite Ghana.
Okay.
Because agriculture is culture. Culture, when we went to school, they say it's a way a group of people live. So, when you do agriculture and you do it well, you can unite a nation. So, we don't need public sector reform anybody. We need agriculture proper, done and done well. Agriculture can make the Ashanti woman see the Ewe man that we ni papa me wow.
Okay.
Then it will make the Dagati woman see the Ga man. Chale me pewai. You see the fun. You see, it's a culture.
Okay.
So we say that in the Volta region, you are bringing us this kind of farm produce. Those here, you are bringing us this. Those here, you are bringing us that. Those here, you are bringing us that. And you will see that because food will be abundant and the people would have excess food, you will realize that rice will predominantly come from the Volta region. So if you're an Ashanti region and you don't respect anywhere, but you want to eat rice, where would you get it from?
Because you need them.
So you respect them automatically.
Sure.
That is agriculture. That is one very, very importance of agriculture.
Okay.
It brings unity. But when we go to school, they don't teach us these things.
Okay.
If you want to eat plantain, and we're in the Volta region, when you see an Ashanti man, or a Kwawu man, or an Ekwapimu man, you will respect him because you need plantain.
Yeah. So
you see this agriculture moving from Volta region to unite the Ashanti man. You see an Nzima being united to the Krobo because of agriculture. And then you strategically establish factories for that. You don't just do one district, one factory. That fallacy. So, Eastern region will be producing maybe towels only for Ghana.
Okay, so for every region
should have strategic factories. You see?
I think that is what Kwame Nkrumah did.
Oh, Chairman Sam, you see, we don't need one district, one factory in this country. We need strategic factories.
Strategic
factories.
Not one district.
Yes. You see, if Ghana needs, if we say we are going to look for money to unite this country, it will take us 1,000 years. But we can look for some small money, pump it into agriculture and industry to unite us. So Eastern region will be producing towels, boxer shorts, singlets, all that for the whole of this country. If you are a Gaman and you need boxer shorts and towels and all those things, where would you get it from? Eastern region.
Yeah.
So you automatically see that, and the Eastern foreign so then you, the man from Eastern region, if you need pens, books, papers, will also be produced here in Accra.
Yeah.
Ashanti region will have something different to produce.
So every region has
something to produce. And it should be so strategic that you would have to depend on them and they would also depend on you. So you become interdependent.
Well, Captain, it seems you have a lot of ideas. I don't know why you are not giving and selling some of these ideas.
They don't listen
to.
I've said it on TV and radio several times. Look, and we do all these things and we sit in this country and we want to talk about one district, one factory. It will not be possible till thy kingdom come. It will not be possible. We need strategic factories, not one district, one factory. No. Why? Kwame Nkrumah built schools, quality schools in the central region, right? But the pencil factory, where did he put it? Eastern region.
Yeah.
So you go to school in central region. If you need a pencil, if you need a pen, man, you will get it from Eastern region. Okay, you are nowhere. I've given you factories, produce rice and all. I've given Akosomodam to both Volta and Eastie. Kwame Nkrumah says that no problem. If you want to wear a shoe, you have to go to Ashanti region to the shoe factory.
Yeah.
And you also an Ashanti. If you need electricity, you must depend on them.
Yeah.
So it's a strategic factories that we look for, not just one district, one factory. I was telling a friend minister that, look, me, if I were the president, every March, no Ghanaian will pay tax.
Hey, every month,
every
no
March,
Ghanaian.
Every March and every December.
Okay.
Will be a tax-free, income tax-free.
Okay.
Every March and every December. No Ghanaian will be allowed to pay income tax. That should be added to your salary for you to also enjoy life. I would explain more to that one day.
Okay. Captain, when should we expect your interview with Bongo Ideas?
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
That's what I said.
But why did you decide to cancel?
No,
because I
not.
saw some tweets that
No.
you went and you chanced on an old post and you decided
No. May I tell you the truth? I have not heard of his name before.
You don't know him?
I don't know him. I haven't even seen his picture before. I don't know who he is.
Okay.
All right. Monday, I was not on the air.
Okay, yeah.
Tuesday, I was not on air. And me, when I'm not on air, I don't listen, I don't watch.
Okay.
I want to have time to, but after I go scout, listen, and watch. Then the Tuesday evening, a mate from Apam sent me a message. And it was the Tuesday morning WhatsApp message that I saw Tuesday evening.
Okay.
That, why do you want to interview this guy who insulted you and blah, blah. I said, who has insulted me? I know sometimes occasionally myself and Paul and Nomi Ochre, we have some small banter. So, so I thought it was Paul and Nomi Ochre.
Okay.
But later I realized that it was not Paul and Nomi Ochre.
Who is Paul and Nomi?
There's somebody called Paul and Nomi Ochre.
Here in Ghana?
Yes.
Okay.
Look for him, you find him.
Okay.
So, but I later realized that it was not him. Then the same person sent me some screenshots of some tweets and other things. I said, Abranche, why are you doing Kukudrupa? And the next morning, I went on social media, especially Twitter, and then I realized that I'm trying to Twitter view.
X. Now it's called X.
And I saw a lot of things and I was trending me while I was asleep. So I said that, they should forget it. The guy should come back. Wednesday, I'll interview him. And look, I love his courage.
Okay.
I want to train him to become a morning show host.
So you want to train
Yes.
Bongo Ideas?
Yes, I want to.
To be just like...
If he is willing, I will.
Okay, so Bongo Ideas, if you can hear us, Captain Smart is ready to impact that knowledge and experience in you. Have you been able to train people so far, people who have understudied you?
I think a lot.
Okay.
I think a lot. I don't want to mention names, but if not for anything, people know my dear sister Yatiti.
Yeah.
Yatiti and a few others.
Okay.
I've said before that if you're a leader, you should become a ladder for people to climb to success. And that should be the best thing to do.
Are we going to see Captain one day on our ballot papers?
As what?
As
MP? Mempe.
You don't want any political...
You see, it is not about political power. I hate that term, political power.
Okay.
I enjoy political leadership. And people don't want to lead, but they still want us to see their deeds. How? Why do you think that you have built a house for me, but it is taking you 13 hours to direct me to where the house is? Both of us are driving through Accra, 13 hours, more than half a day. We still can't find the house you said you've built for me. Why? It doesn't make sense.
Okay.
You see, political power is one of the most useless things that has happened to Africa.
Okay.
Because we're interested in the power, not leadership. We're interested in power, not leadership. That is why a human rights lawyer will become a president in Africa and will ask the national security to arrest a small journalist 39 times in 2 years.
And which...
I am.
You've been arrested
39 times. They know. Bisa Kandapa. Why?
But I'm not sure the president was the one who instructed for you.
Under whose regime?
No, but then powers has been delegated
to
who?
People. Who delegated the power?
The president has delegated powers to people to work.
Look at me.
Yes.
Would you have interviewed me at the gate?
No.
Why? Somebody brought me to you.
Yes.
And you trusted that person, that the person would do a good job for you.
Sure.
And you delegated the production authority to the person.
Yeah.
And the president gave powers to some people. to do the job for him and the country. And they were using that power, leaving corrupt officials and arresting Captain Smart 39 times.
Okay.
So you see, political power, no. I believe in political leadership, where you can see the Ghanaians smiling to meet the president. You see, Kwame Nkrumah is the only president the nation composed a song for him. Nkrumah Showboy, I want to see you, Kwame Nkrumah Showboy. Which president in the Fourth Republic can we compose a song for? Nana Dumso, 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 Anna Mahama Dumso, Dumso, Dum. I mean, you see, when you are being carried away by political power, this is what happened to you as a country. And I think that we should start looking for political leadership. And one thing a bomb me kakra say obi okasa boko bia yesi ojo. Obi okasa din goto de yanya bia no yesi ojo. Sankrofo no bombo ma. Krofo no mompe kasa no bombo ma. Omo bomma pa. Sankrofo na okoware we bushemu ayesi we ojo. Omo bomma pa. Shabo amabo amagana.
Yeah.
Ebe yin kakakra. You must enjoy the heat small. Enjoy the heat small.
Yeah.
Enjoy it. Yeah.
Production, please, can you open my doors for me? I beg you. Just open my doors for me, production.
I'm enjoying it too.
But I want you to open my doors for me. Just open it wide for us to continue. I beg you. Just open the doors for us, yes. Okay, so you've been arrested 39 times.
If you coming from Kumasi, na ya chimi okwem. Galamsey, when I was arrested several times, if you okra my mob management because it doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
Meten crying. Those who are doing Galamsey are far there in the forest.
Yeah.
You can't send the national security to go there with weapons.
Sure.
But they came to Media General. 17 armed national security operatives.
They came there with weapons to arrest you.
Oh, Chief. You see, and you see, I would love to see Ghana, the new Ghana. And I keep talking about the new Ghana agenda, the new Ghana agenda.
Okay.
My brother, mark it somewhere. The new Ghana agenda will come to pass. We'll redesign, we'll re-engineer the faculties of this country and make Ghana a better place.
Yeah.
That's all.
We can make Ghana a better
place. Me say, you, Tamuchuku, Nashadi.
We should watch out.
Watch out.
Will Ghana become a better place?
I am telling you, we will re-engineer the faculties of this country.
We as in
we. We will re-engineer the faculties of this country and make Ghana a better place. Once again, the Europeans will come to Ghana and ask, how did you do it, Osajifo?
So we are still speaking to Captain Smart, the morning show host for Onua TV.
The only morning show host without a degree.
The only morning show host
in Greater Accra
without a degree.
Without a degree.
How many awards so far?
Edoso. I've taken 8 from France.
Okay.
2 Germany. I've taken 4 America, UK 2, Ghana plenty. Yenja awards, no.
You are not interested in awards?
No, I am interested in the Ghanaian, not the award. As for the awards, they will come and go.
Yeah.
I don't. Maybe the awards there.
What should we expect from Captain Smart? This year is an election year, and what should we expect from you?
I'll tell the people the truth.
Okay.
Without cutting corners.
The truth.
Yes, I'll say it as it is.
Okay.
I can't mince words. That's what I'll do. And this year's election is still between Sankrofo
NDC and MPP.
Sankrofo But this time round, we'll look at track record before voting.
Have you reported yourself to the police already?
I
think it was in the news that
what?
John Kuma's wife. But you've not been invited. Have you been invited? Okay, so you have not been invited.
You see, I you see, Chief, a country like Ghana must not suffer the things we go through. No, not at all. Because Ghana was designed by God and put Ghana right at the center of the whole universe. So Ghana is the center, the middle part of the world. Now, women are able to reproduce because of their center.
Okay.
Men are able to reproduce because of our center. So the center of everything under the sun is production.
Okay.
So football, at the blast of the whistle, the ball is passed from the center.
Okay.
If there will be a goal, it started from the center. If there will be an offside, it started from the center. Okay. If there will be a corner, it started from the center. Okay. Without a center, there cannot be a goalpost.
Okay.
So Ghana being the center of the world, we should rather champion production. The world must come to Ghana to see how cocoa is being processed. The world must come to Ghana, the center of the world, to see how Gary is produced. The world must come to Ghana to see how electricity is generated. The world must come to the center. Because Bible na say, Edin throne muhono, nyame eko throne fin.
Okay.
None Adam akodin komo. So if indeed Ghana is the center of the world, say nyame ba asase so fin a ehin no besi.
Ghana.
Simple.
Thank you so much, Captain, for coming and
you're welcome, my dear brother.
Okay, so now I have to take a bathroom break. I'll be back.
Which is part of the job, so it's fine.
Yeah.
You don't have to tell everybody, okay, so this person told me to ask this.
Okay.
And that is why I asked that question. So I felt, no, it's a collective work. And it's not every interview or whatever you do that people would understand.
Okay.
At a point, if there's a conversation and it goes in a particular way, you need certain answers.
Okay.
And the question would give you the headline that you want. Yeah. And so some of them, people understand, especially politicians, they understand the job we do. So when you ask questions, they feel, okay, this one is helping me to clear this particular hurdle.
Okay.
This one, I have to answer it politically or wisely. I mean, they know how to. There's no foolish question anywhere.
Yeah.
There's always a foolish answer, but there's no foolish question anywhere.
So because you were asked to apologize, you decided to leave.
I felt, no, this is not right.
So
it has to do with my credibility.
Yeah.
I've worked for years. Then after you do that, it will look like you don't know what you're about.
Did they try to stop you when you wanted to leave?
Yes, they actually asked me to rescind my decision.
And still apologize and...
No, they didn't ask. Actually, I said it was miscommunicated.
Okay.
I wouldn't use that word because then the person who produced me said something different after I spoke into the bosses. But I just felt, no. I mean, if I'm not getting a clear picture, I don't need to stay here.
Okay. So you left?
So I left.
To Angel?
I stayed home for a while.
Yes.
Before I went to Angel.
Because it was a surprise to Ghanaians to hear your voice on Angel.
Yeah. I didn't leave to retire. I usually don't like.
Okay.
It was as an after, despite I had decided I wouldn't just go running for a job.
Okay.
I built a name for myself.
Yeah.
And so you feel you have to wait for somebody to come for you. Exactly.
So you waited.
So I had to wait, yeah.
And they came for you.
Yeah.
How much was involved?
Oh, you want me to tell you my money? Well, it was better than what I was taking, honestly.
Wow.
Yeah, I was given an offer. It wasn't just Angel. I had about 3 offers, and I chose one.
And
I consulted. I consulted at the higher places, and I chose one.
I heard you came to Media General around that time. You had not taken any decision to join Angel, and I heard you came to Media General. They gave you an appointment, you checked what was in there, and then you took it to Angel, told them, hey, this is what I'm going to take, and then they gave you higher. Is it true?
Well, I said I was approached by...
Was Media General part of the places?
At the time when I was going to Angel, no.
Okay.
It was when... I think I was approached first from there. Yeah.
Okay.
I was approached first before when Captain was leaving. We were supposed to follow. But... I was approached first. Okay. But that's what we do. We are like footballers.
Yeah.
You get offers and you think, okay, so this is what I have. This is what you're offering. This is what this person is offering me. If you can do better, I'll stay, or I'll go with you. If the other would do better, I'll go with the other one.
What was your job description at Angel FM?
presenter
You were,
on television
was it
as a morning show host.
that was
I was a morning show host on Adam and also a news anchor. Yeah.
yes. So Angel approached you and
For
they
the
wanted
same
you
job.
for
Same
TV,
job, TV.
no radio.
No, I was supposed to be the head of television news
Okay,
and also read news and do morning show on television.
not radio.
At that time, it was Kwame and I and Yatra joined them there.
Yeah,
I don't know the decision they would have taken, but I was supposed to be on television,
not
radio. No,
But then
they had radio and television. They were working separately.
okay, but Captain was there. Captain was on TV as well.
Captain was supposed to be for radio,
Not TV.
not television.
So were you disappointed after signing and then you joined and this is
Okay,
what is
so
happening?
when I signed, I was told they were doing restructuring at the television side.
Okay.
So I opted to go and join Captain to help with the paper review.
So that when
Instead of staying at
TV
home when TV is ready,
Okay.
I just go and do mine because Captain knew me as somebody who does television
Okay.
morning show. That is Bayview.
Okay.
And Captain was doing morning show on Adam Radio.
Okay.
Yeah. So I decided, I told Bronzy then that I don't want to be staying at home. Once I've signed this, let me just go and help him.
Okay.
I can go and read the papers for him
Till TV
till
is ready.
TV is ready. And that's history.
It didn't happen. Was that the reason why
TV is still restructuring.
was that the reason why you left?
No.
Someone you
I was okay with Captain working because Captain knew who I was, and also those who came from television came to join him there, and so he knew all of us were presenters. He gave us opportunity to work as presenters.
Okay.
He's a very selfless man.
Yeah, okay.
If you don't know him very well and the way he speaks, you assume Captain is bossy. At that time, he was a COO, so he was
Okay.
our boss,
Okay.
but the morning show
The
host.
top man.
Yeah. But the morning show host. But he would vacate his seat and ask, come and do. You come and do. Let me join the panel. You come and host. Let me join the panel. To all of us.
Okay.
So you don't even feel like you want to have your own.
Okay.
It won't click. We're together. We work together. I mean, through thick and thin, whatever it is we demanded for, he will spearhead. We follow.
Okay.
So we're just like this, working together as a team.
So
And it worked very well.
After waiting for how many years and the TV thing never happened?
I think 3.
Did you approach your management?
Initially, no. I was okay, content with. I'm not too much of somebody who really TV be or radio be. I believe in, if you have content, even if it's 5 minutes, your content should be able to sell you out.
Exactly.
And that's how I am and I've been. I don't go close to what somebody's doing. I just don't want you to come close to mine as well.
Okay.
I try to be in my lane and do what I can do. Give me 5 minutes, I'll perform. Just let me know what you want me to do.
And
And
you
if I
deliver.
accept it, I'll deliver. That's about it.
Okay.
You understand? Yeah. So it was like that. I wasn't craving for separation, but so there was a change. They brought Kofi. Kofi came in when Captain left. We were supposed to go with Captain. Bronzy did a good job.
Okay.
Worked on me. I had to stay because they brought an offer. It was better than what I was taking.
So you wanted to leave?
Oh, we wanted, not
we,
like, the whole team. The whole team, including producers. We were all leaving. We were all leaving with Captain. We held several meetings. For me, because I had been given an offer first before Captain brought his. We almost left. It was Bronzy who worked on us, and then I chose to stay. And then the rest also chose to stay.
Okay. And then moving forward.
And then
one day
they brought in Kofi. I've worked with Kofi for a while, and so we worked with Kofi as well. And then something happened to Kofi. He also stayed at home. We took the mantle, myself, Kwame and I.
Yeah.
And then one day we woke up. Actually, we went to I think it was it Kumawu? No, Central Region. There that we heard that there's going to be a change. Somebody's going to come
to take over the
morning show.
You were
from
not
us.
informed?
No.
Because I realized at a point you were in charge of the morning show.
It was Kwame, but we were doing it together.
Yeah.
We were doing it together, so you probably would not really see who is the main host, sort of.
Okay, so you just heard someone is coming to take over.
Yeah, we're just told somebody's taking over.
And lo and behold.
And I heard about it there. Then when I came to Accra, I was called in and told that this person is taking over. I've always not had a problem. I always feel, I don't mind. I don't. You know, Ghana, we assume morning show hosts, all of them should be men.
Yeah.
I mean,
that is a perception out there.
Yeah, we assume we think a morning show host should be a man, and you should be wild. You should be, that kind of thing. So if you're a woman, they think, oh, Momo, yours is social. Go and do social, or
read news
or do the papers for the man to host the show. So it's difficult for owners to trust a woman that, look, you can do this. We've known you for years. You've done this job. You can do it. Take over. Yeah, it's been difficult. So I didn't have a problem with it anyway. We held a meeting. I just want my lot of colleagues.
You don't have friends
who happen to be friends. Some. Yakunedu is a friend. We're close then. Efiedu Chua, I would say Agyemang at Multimedia. Boachua. I think I was very close to Kaba.
Okay.
Omahine then.
Yeah, Kwabena.
Kwesi Aboaje at Peace.
Okay.
A lot of Yahin
Vim lady.
To PC.
What of Efia Pokua?
Vim lady, yeah. Vim lady. Yatra Angel. Nache. A lot. But I mean, I could say Yakunedu, I go to her house as and when. Yatra too as well. Very close now.
Okay.
More or less like a sister.
Your favorite food?
Oh, me. Well, I like rice, pal.
You want to do rice?
I like rice. Rice morning, afternoon, evening.
Morning, afternoon, evening.
I can eat rice the whole year. I don't mind.
When you're not on radio, which other presenter do you normally listen to?
I actually listen to everybody, honestly. I still do, even when because you need to listen to what others are doing.
Yeah.
To be able to know how you are faring. So I listen to everybody. Everybody.
Do you listen to
political shows?
Okay.
Most of the time, news, political shows, current affairs. Sometimes I listen to music as well.
Have you been influenced by any political party or any politician to champion a cause or a story for him or her? Have you been influenced money wise?
Oh, no.
Take this car.
No. Some of us who are loud, it's quite difficult for them to influence you. They if they do, they approach it subtle.
They are scared.
If they do, it probably might be subtle.
Okay.
Not necessarily influence. They do. Yeah, we have friends in there.
Okay.
We have friends, and I call Nanado my husband. I call John Mahama my father. I mean, close to Lordina Mahama, close to Samira, and all that. So influence, I don't know.
You've been
they help as and when you need it.
Okay, you've been a top presenter and a media person here in Ghana. You've seen probably John Ejekum Kufuor, Atamels, John Dramani Mahama, and finally you've seen Nanado. These four, who has...
I'll pick Kufuor any day, anytime.
Among all of them, in terms of development, infrastructure,
leadership
for Kufuor. Is it not happening now in NPP government?
You asked me for, and you said I should choose one,
and you want to
I've
pick
chosen one.
Kufuor for his good leadership.
Yeah.
Are we not seeing that now?
No, not really.
We are not seeing that.
Kufuor stands tall.
Okay.
Even within the two parties.
Okay.
It's very hard for somebody within the NDC to even chastise, criticize, or say things against the man.
Are you aligned to any political party?
I'm close to both.
Like, are you tilted to one?
I am close to both.
Like one be like
I am very close to both. Not necessarily. I vote. I should say probably I voted for both parties before.
So 2016,
I won't tell you.
2020.
I will not tell you. But I do skirt and blouse.
Okay.
All the time.
Okay, so for presidential.
All the time.
Presidential. Normally
I do skirt and blouse all the time.
All the time you change. You don't want.
So no, it depends on what
who are you voting?
What your policy is. I listen and I make my own choice. That because of this, I would want to vote for this person. Because of that, I would want to vote for that person. I don't waste my vote.
Okay, come 20.
I've never wasted my vote.
Who are you voting for?
Well, my vote is my secret now.
Or are we still doing skirt and blouse?
I do that all the time. I told you.
Okay. That is what you do all the time.
All the time.
Wow.
I don't belong to any politics. I don't have any political party card.
Okay.
But I have friends within both parties, close friends.
Okay.
And so I vote as and when and how my instincts, my instincts tells me as I get into the booth. I listen to what the parties, their manifestos, and I make my choice.
As a broadcast journalist, you've been on the political decks for some time now. Do you think we should give the NPP another 4 more for
you mean
Bawumia to come take over, or we should change?
I will not be able to tell you what to do. What I can say is basically,
if things are well with you, if you're okay, look at the situation around you.
If you are sitting
that's all you can say. Okay.
Because I mean you are 18.
Yeah.
You must know better. You must know your needs. Mine is to tell you the things that are going on in the country.
Yeah.
Positive and negative things.
Yeah.
By the way, when you go to GIJ, the first thing you are taught is when a dog bites a human being, is no news. When a human being bites a dog, is news. And negative. Now, they shouldn't make it look like every day you are talking about negative things. That's our job. We are the 4th estate. That is why the president said, be citizens. It is not spectators. Yeah. So he himself wants the negatives in his government, so he would know this is not right, let's go that way, this is not right, or this one. They themselves even test their waters. Sometimes they throw in something as if it's a policy they want to do just to test the waters, and then they withdraw when they realize, this one it happened. I mean, in a few times.
How do you feel when your listeners and some people think that sometimes they will tag you NPP, sometimes NDC? How do you feel when it
makes me feel I'm doing the right job?
Okay.
Because I've been tagged NDC before.
Yeah.
And currently they are tagging me NPP.
Yeah.
And just when I entered Media General, they are changing it and tagging me some to NDC again. You understand? So it gives you an idea that, look, you do a balanced job.
Because people feel now you are being so hard on the government.
I've always been me. I speak my mind without fear or favor.
But it seems
I say positive things when it's positive. When it's not, I speak my mind. I spoke about the fact that student allowance, as in teachers and nurses allowance, should be taken away. I was with John Muhammad then.
Yeah.
I felt that was good because I went to GIJ, I took loan from SNIT, and I paid for it. You understand? So I don't see why today's Ghana, the situation we are in, where we find ourselves, at that time, why John Mahama got 44, we felt we were suffering. He was doing roads, he had done rich, he had done Terminal 3, but Ghanaians felt, I mean, 8 years, and Ghanaians, we don't seem to change. Every year when you go to Makola and go and ask them, Charlie, Diama is saying, bro, last year, this year, when you go next year, they will tell you, last year, this year, and that's how we've always been. Nipa Honfro, do baby alpha so I mean, it's about money. You know, where's the airport into the plane, and it's quite so the dynamics change, and now NPP is suffering the same because they benefited from the fact, if they won't give you the money, we will give you.
Okay.
Today they wish, and then Obeka no crash up because Edu baby they paused for a while. The money wasn't coming. Okay. They were not able to pay, and this free SHS NDC also spoke against it. To be honest, I went to Opokwari. I met a young guy from a village. The guy came there with nothing. Or dot was campus no did.
Wow.
But because of free SHS or Wopokuari. And yes, uncle, and yes,
so it's a good program.
It's a good policy. Okay. Implementation is the problem. As in, the fact that sometimes every day Ghanaian feel like, oh, it's a Ghana ni better everything must be free. You understand? And we use that populist, mentality, knowing that that's what Ghanaians want. Now then we vote with that. Says Ghana would Yama free, you think that's it. Yama light free. The following time they will come with COVID levy, and you won't pay directly, but you pay indirect.
Dr. Bawumia says that when he's voted into power, he's going to make sure that he cancels e-levy. You think it's good?
Me, I supported e-levy.
Okay.
Me, I don't like. I supported e-levy from the.
You
onset.
regret supporting?
I feel there was yes. At the moment, I think what they told me they will use the money for, I'm not seeing it.
Okay.
I supported it because I feel say you were free one say my e-levy. Okay. Say if we will not be going to IMF, if we decide to pay e-levy and we won't go to IMF, why should I let somebody from his country come and dictate to me and tell me because of IMF you can't employ, you put freeze on employment? Because of IMF, you can't do this. You have to increase taxes, and then we are paying all sort of taxes because they are showing you how to make money. So if I will pay just e-levy and avoid all these things for another fellow human being to get a job, for some things to be done, me, I registered my number. I still pay. I don't have a problem with it. But
and what you expected?
At the end of the day, yes, what I expected.
I can't tell.
Too.
Do you think the president should sign the LGBTQ bill? Do you think he should sign?
Every Ghanaian thinks so. Do you think he should sign?
No, I'm asking you.
I'm also asking you. Well, we are represented by parliamentarians in parliament. My MP is in parliament. And my MP feels he should sign it. My MP is at the moment where I live is an NDC MP, and then where I come from is an MPP MP. Both MPs feel he should sign it.
Do you think it will affect the country if we should sign?
That is why we are sitting there. We can't sign. What I say, it's me. What you do in your room,
okay.
Because look, as we speak, if this young guy who is seated in front of me, ever be obey. My Jimmy, why didn't you? As a man, or what the family it's my business.
But the moment you promote,
but the moment you decide to promote, you decide to send it to, in fact, decides to even criminalize a pastor who will decide not to bless marriages. That is where my problem is. The moment you decide to teach my kid in school that the way he walks, or your bema, and now your bar, but maybe won't know to your bema. That is where my problem is. But if my kid decide that a man na mwaka makame na opebe mana or ne be man shedem na mini hobby na mnim de omo ya me dem pomehu. You understand? So honestly, I mean, we cannot. I don't think it's a good thing to do to allow things like that to go on here, to accept things like this in Ghana. No, and their culture, it is not part of us. We cannot allow foreign influence or hunger to and it's not anything at all they bring it and we have to accept it. No, but I know that I know NDC is also playing politics with it.
Yeah,
it's difficult. It's a difficult decision for both parties. Because currently, as we speak, our economy is in the hands of a foreign person or foreign people. We don't hold our lives. We are at the moment as we speak. You hear another Nkrumah to go into another independence.
Nana,
economically we are not.
I hope now there is peace between you and Kelvin Taylor.
He's not my friend.
Okay, he's not your friend.
He has never been my friend.
He has never been your friend.
No.
Were you disturbed when he came at you criticize some of the things you
who
were
am
doing.
I? He Calvin Taylor has insulted Otunfo. So everybody, almost everybody. In fact, Nasiya crowd or did you do Mahatem? Somebody he supposed to. Or did you not say I don't know anybody at all. Just say I'm wondering. I'm like this guy pa. I don't have a problem. I mean, we share our thoughts. Maybe you are speaking against what I say. I don't have a problem with it.
Were you warned?
If you speak against my human being, as my human being or my children, my family, then I have a problem with you. I don't have a problem if you tag me NDC, if you tag me MPP. They are human beings in that party. For Christ's sake, when EC, the referee, she votes.
Yeah.
And she votes for a political party.
Sure.
Your pastor votes for a political party. And to me, NDC today.
You are Ghanaian.
So that thing that I don't really care about that. What I say, because honestly, we in the media know how the two of them are close.
Yeah.
Both parties, they come in, they speak their mind. After one was sitting in another one's car, sometimes they even take money from the other person. They go and drink, chase the same girls, eat the same food. Sometimes even in the studio, one will just step on the other. I say, and we are in there. We know what goes on.
Wow.
So they don't have a fight. They just show you that is listening that they have issues, but they don't.
Were you warned by your management then at Angel not to mention his name on air?
No.
When he said no one?
No.
You were not warned?
Never.
Management never?
No.
You were never questioned?
Never.
But you decided not to mention his
because
name?
It was people at high places that called me and said, look, even those who he thinks he's speaking for, some called me high places, that look, this guy doesn't deserve your attention. You've worked long enough. The experience you have, where you've gotten to, this guy doesn't deserve your attention. Leave that issue.
Okay.
And I just decided to let go.
Wow.
Otherwise, I had others who also gave me plenty arsenals.
Oh, okay.
Plenty bullets.
You also had missiles.
Oh, I crop for me, mem, be say, yeah, wait, Master. Now, even just one blow, it was all over the place. One stray bullet. The guy was all over the place. Yeah, I don't have time.
Are you that aggressive on when you
on
are
air? Yes.
Yes, but
outside,
off air.
No, not really. I don't go anywhere.
You don't like going out? You are not the outing type.
You never find me. Who invite him wedding crowd?
Okay.
Ko pesca tatalie. Afi na mbeshe shoe. Na ma side atopetru. Metukaba. Ma betra jollof ni koki binti anamot binti. You know, I'm not the going out type.
Yeah.
I don't really go out, and I like I'm home. I close, I go home. That's it.